Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Today is Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. At this time, I'll take public comments of closed session agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. The items on the closed session agenda are as follows. 1, student expulsion cases. Number 2024/25-05, 2024/25-09, conference with labor negotiation or negotiator. 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, case number OAH 202-408-1056. 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. And 5, public employee performance evaluation. Do we have any public comments at this time?
Vice President Flores, there is no public comment.
Thank you. With that, we'll resume to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Opening this meeting, Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. We'll start by our meeting by our Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for our land acknowledgement.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to have Leonor Olalde Bernal, one of our students, who is going to do the land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of the American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Reconozco que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo, el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa, y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que la han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones. Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar de la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
You may have a seat. Thank you, Leonor. Okay. We're moving to item C3, report on action taken in closed session. The board voted unanimously to approve the stipulated expulsion for case number 2024-25-09. C4, items considered in closed session for open session. I need a motion to approve the request to the extension timeline on case number 2024-25-05.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee De La Cruz,
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield,
Aye.
Trustee McNally,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
No.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Thank you. Statements of abstention. Do I have any statements of abstention? Nope. Okay. Any adjustments to the agenda? Seeing none, moving on to C7. Special presentation for the Student of the Month, Certificated Classified Employees of the Month for James Monroe Elementary School and Pioneer High School. Woo-hoo! Presenting this, we have people from James Monroe. We have Natalie Garcia, we have Jennifer Juan Nash, and Jamie Martinez. And for Pioneer High School, we'll have Blanca Valvidia Hernandez, Antonio Chavez, and Maureen McCabe.
Right, you ready? All right. Good evening, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Morales, all our members of our San Jose City Schools Board, and good evening to all of our fabulous fans who are in the room. We have quite a few Monroe Griffins here. Thank you so much. Yeah. I am Catherine Storrell, proud principal of Monroe Elementary, and I'm super excited to get to honor an amazing student tonight. We are honoring Natalie Garcia Medell, and it is my distinct pleasure to present Natalie Garcia Medell as the Santa Rosa City Schools Student of the Month for Monroe Elementary School. Natalie has been a student at Monroe since TK and is now in 6th grade. She consistently embodies the values we hold dear at Monroe Elementary: responsibility, respect, safety, and kindness. As a member of student leadership and an active participant in the girls' basketball team, Natalie has demonstrated remarkable leadership, commitment, and dedication to making our school a positive and inclusive place for all of our students. Off the court and out of the classroom, Natalie is known for her kindness and the genuine care she shows to everyone around her. She is a wonderful friend who looks out for others and sets an example of empathy and respect for her peers. Natalie consistently shows initiative, organization, and a willingness to support others, whether it be in working with peers on school projects, such as helping to coordinate a recent school dance for our 5th and 6th grade students, or representing classmates in leadership meetings. She is currently coordinating a school-wide science day. She has a very strong work ethic and an intelligence that shines through in everything that she does. Natalie's 6th grade teacher shares that she is such a wonderful human being. She's academically strong. She has a quiet leadership about her. She is strong in small groups. Everyone really respects her. She's kind. She has a very strong moral compass. She doesn't get involved in any drama on campus, ever, which is super awesome. And she is overall a great human. Her 4th and 5th grade teachers, and by the way, her 6th grade teacher is here, as is her 5th grade teacher. They describe her as an all-around good human being, someone people look up to. They love that she checks in on her teachers as well as her friends and her classmates. They share she's always on task and ready to learn, giving 100% effort on every assignment. They also shared she has great ideas, she readily shares during class conversations, and is committed to thinking deeply. When asked what she wants to do when she's an adult, Natalie shared she'd like to be a fashion designer because she really likes to draw. She shared her favorite thing about school, her favorite things about school are music and when the class does crafts, art, particularly painting, and math, which she describes as something that will help her when she's older and is fun. She shared that she really enjoyed a recent activity where the students made models of plants and animal cells. We are so fortunate to have Natalie as a part of our school community, and we're excited to see all of the amazing things she will continue to accomplish in her future. Thank you, Natalie, and congratulations. Okay. So we have this for you, and we have one more thing, and all these guys want to take pictures with you, okay? I'm gonna take a picture with Natalie. Thank you. And for you, my friend. Okay. You ready? All right. This is the scariest part.
Thank you. Brilliant. We like each other. We're happy. Super excited.
Are you ready?
She survived. You'll be fine. You ready? Yes. All right. Okay, I am so excited to get to honor Jennifer Juan Nash as our Classified Employee of the Month. It is with great pleasure and deep appreciation that I recognize Jennifer Juan Nash for her outstanding contributions as a library technician at James Monroe Elementary School. Ms. Nash has worked as a library tech in Santa City Schools for the past 15 years, supporting the libraries of Montgomery High School, Proctor Terrace Elementary, before joining the team here at Monroe. Ms. Nash's tireless commitment to fostering a love of reading and supporting educational growth is truly inspiring. Her enthusiasm for books and her warm, welcoming approach to everyone who walks through the library doors make her an incredible asset to our school community. She has an ability to make everyone, from young children to lifelong learners, feel welcome and valued in the library, which is a testament to her professionalism and passion for her work. Ms. Nash's colleagues at Monroe share, she has brought new energy to the library. Ms. Nash is amazing with our students. They look forward to coming to see her for their weekly library time. Teachers love how she took the interests of students into account when she ordered brand new library books. So many, it was amazing, thank you. They share that she's made the library such a warm and friendly place. She takes time to read to the students and make connections with each class. The students are always so excited to be greeted by her in the library. She's always cheerful, smiling, and ready to answer any of the students' questions. She is kind, she is sweet, she is very patient and treats the kids with so much respect. And these are the words of her colleagues. Ms. Nash organizes books and materials to help maintain an accessible educational environment for all. She is organized, helpful, and always available to students and staff, even though she is only on campus 2 hours a day. It's amazing. Ms. Nash is a dedicated library tech. She puts students first and is always excited to share new books with Monroe students. She's kind, welcoming to all students and staff. And one simply says, she is a joy to work with. I have to echo that. So on behalf of Santa City Schools, I'm honored to present Ms. Nash with the Santa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month, which is our James Monroe Classified Employee of the Year, in recognition of your exceptional service, unwavering dedication to enriching the lives of our community through the power of knowledge and learning. So thank you for all you do, for making the library a place of learning, exploration, and joy for all who visit. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we have this. And one more thing. Do you want a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, are you gonna come?
I guess he's, thank you. I guess he's not coming for the picture. I'll just do the video. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
All right. Are you ready? Okay. Are you worried? No. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Piner grad right here in the house. Whoop, whoop. Piner peeps are super excited. I know. It's exciting. All right. Saving the best for last. Now, everyone's amazing. Thank you. We are here to honor our certificated employee of the month. This is Jamie Martinez, and it is with great admiration and sincere appreciation that I recognize Jamie Martinez for her outstanding work as a special education teacher at James Monroe Elementary School, where she has worked for the past 12 years We had to do a little math to figure that out. 8 years as an SDC teacher and 4 in RSP. As an SDC teacher, Ms. Martinez created a strong learning community within her own classroom and worked tirelessly to ensure her students were integrated into the greater school community. As an education specialist, she's been instrumental in shifting the Monroe Special Ed program from pull-out-only model to a hybrid model where students can receive services within their general education classroom or outside of the classroom, depending on their needs. In all of her roles, Mrs. Martinez sets high learning and behavior expectations for students and effectively supports them in reaching their goals. She's been an instructional and professional leader on campus and is well respected in our Monroe school community. She's been a member of site leadership team, school site council. She's coached the boys and girls basketball teams, and actually Natalie was on her team as a 4th grader. She plans and facilitates regular special ed team meetings. She mentors teachers new to special education within San Jose City schools and also students from becoming student teachers from Sonoma State University. She is a lifelong learner. She's participated in so many different professional development opportunities, ethnic studies, and CRUSH, and then she actually employs a lot of those pieces in her teaching. In addition, she's participated in piloting curriculum for English learners, assisted in CCD unit development. With all of this, she is raising these 4 amazing, beautiful children who are behind us. She is also working on an administrative service credential, which is pretty amazing. So her colleagues share, Jamie is a quiet leader with both exceptional leadership and multitasking skills. They say she's always going above and beyond what is expected of her and her daily duties, and I will echo that. She has high expectations of students because she believes in them. She is extremely intelligent and thinks outside of the box. She is thoughtful, calm, passionate, a caring educator who's made a positive impact in the way our students' needs are being met. She builds confident, strong students and teaches students to see their strengths. Mrs. Martinez truly cares about student safety and success. You can tell she's passionate about her job and makes decisions that are best for our students. She's an amazing teammate to have and is very knowledgeable in special education law. She works hard within the general education classroom and also in the resource classroom to ensure students are making progress in accessing instruction. Students look forward to their time with her, and our teachers appreciate the hard work she puts in to support them. She's a valuable part of our special education team, and someone simply said she is always on top of everything. All right. On behalf of the San Jose City Schools, I'm honored to present Mrs. Martinez with the San Jose City Schools Certificated Employee of the Month, James Monroe Certificated Employee of the Year, in recognition of her exceptional dedication, passion, and skill in serving our students and making a lasting difference in their lives. So thank you for your unwavering belief in the potential of every student and for choosing Monroe. Thank you, with gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. Martinez. Yeah, you did it. All right, Jamie. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Are we taking pictures? Yeah, with them? Yeah. All right, come on down. Come on down, fan club. We get everybody. I know, you might need a wider, you got a bigger lens. Come on, Dad. You're in it. Good. Come on, you can hold it.
Oh, you're doing fine. You're doing, getting there. Smile and wave. I do. Smile and wave.
All right, right here.
Thank you, Principal Storrell. Do we have Principal Andrea Correa from Pioneer High School?
I just want to point out I did not fall down the stairs this time so we are already killing it. Already killing it.
Guadalupe, can you come up?
I've asked if Miss Guadalupe Perez Cook, our assistant principal, can come up and assist. We'd like to read her letter in Spanish first. That's okay. And this is Bianca.
Estimada mesa directiva escolar de la ciudad de Santa Rosa, estoy encantada de reconocer a Bianca Valdivia Hernández como el estudiante del año de Pioneer High School. El camino de Bianca a lo largo de la escuela secundaria ha estado marcado por un crecimiento notable, una determinación inquebrantable y un compromiso con la excelencia que inspira a todos los que la rodean. Desde el primer año, Bianca mostró una chispa que combina solencia y la inteligencia. Si bien se enfoca académico, fue inicialmente un trabajo en progreso. Su pasión por su futuro, en particular su aspiración de convertirse de agente de bien raíz como su tía, era evidente. Adelantemos rápidamente hasta el tercer año y fue adelantador ver florecer a Bianca a través de su participación en el programa Grace. No solo recuperó la concentración, sino que también desarrolló habilidades de liderazgo vitales que le permitieron convertirse en una valiosa tutora en la aula. Su independencia y tenacidad reflejan a un estudiante que no huye los desafíos, sino que los acepta con un espíritu apasionado. La señorita Ríos Cendejas, la ex maestra Bianca, tanto en la escuela intermedia como en la secundaria, compartió: he visto a Bianca involucrar hasta convertirse en un líder estudiantil feroz y compasiva. Ella es constantemente educada, respetuosa y comprometida, ya sea trabajando en tareas académicas o colaborando con sus compañeros. Su actitud positiva es contagiosa y contribuye a la atmósfera vibrante en Pioneer High School. La dedicación de Blanca es más allá de propio éxito. Ella es un modelo a seguir para sus compañeros, particularmente aquellos en el programa Grace. Ella inspira a otros a que se acepten a sí mismos su identidad y que superen sus propios desafíos. Su entusiasmo por las actividades escolares incluye su participación en ASB y el horario escolar. Demuestra su compromiso de hacer Pioneer High School un lugar mejor. He tenido el privilegio de observar a Bianca Valdivia Hernández durante sus últimos 2 años y puedo decir con seguridad que ella ha sido un esfuerzo transformadora en Pioneer High School. A través de sus videos y las altas expectativas inquebrantables que sus compañeros y sus feroz determinación, Bianca no solo ha puesto una barda alta, sino que también ha inspirado a otros a alcanzarla. Su espíritu luchador y intrépido, combinado con su absoluta creencia de que puede y marcará una diferencia, ha iluminado nuestra escuela de una manera que pocos pueden hacerlo. Estoy constantemente asombrada por la actitud positiva de Bianca y su incansable voluntad de hacer el trabajo duro sin importarse del desafío. Ella encaraña todos los significados de un prospector, resistente, energética y valiente. Bianca es un ejemplo perfecto de la fuerza, el liderazgo, el corazón que define a nuestra comunidad de Pioneer High School. Estamos más que orgullosos de tener como un brillante ejemplo de lo que significa ser prospector. El camino de Bianca es una verdadera historia de admirar, que amplifica la resiliencia y el trabajo duro. No solo ha logrado el éxito académico, sino también ha fomentado un profundo amor por su comunidad y su escuela. Por estas razones y más, apoyo de todo corazón a Bianca Valdivia Hernández como estudiante del año de Pioneer High School. Ella es un brillante ejemplo de lo que significa ser un miembro dedicado, enérgico y de la comunidad de Pioneer High School. Felicidades, felicidades Bianca, estamos muy orgullosas de ti. Un cordial saludo, Andrea Correa, directora de la preparatoria Pioneer.
You can't leave yet. Dear Santa Rosa City School Board, I am thrilled to recognize Bianca Valdivia Hernandez as Pioneer High School Student of the Year. Bianca's journey through high school has been marked by remarkable growth, unwavering determination, and a commitment to excellence that inspires everyone around her. From her freshman year, it was a little bit rough, Bianca showcased a spark that combined sass and intelligence. While her focus on academics was initially a work in progress, her passion for her future, particularly her aspiration to become a real estate agent like her aunt, was evident. Fast forward to her junior year, and it was heartening to witness Bianca flourish. Through her involvement in the GRACE program, she not only regained focus, but she also developed vital leadership skills that allowed her to become a valuable tutor in the classroom. Her independence and tenacity reflect a student who doesn't shy away from challenges, but embraces them with a fiery spirit. Ms. Rios Izindeja, Bianca's former teacher in both middle and high school, shared, I have seen Bianca evolve into a fierce and compassionate student leader. She is consistently polite, respectful, and engaged, whether working on academic tasks or collaborating with peers. Her positive attitude is infectious, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere at Pioneer High School. Bianca's dedication extends beyond her own success. She is a role model for her peers, particularly those in the GRACE program. She inspires others to embrace their authentic selves and overcome their own challenges. Her enthusiasm for school activities, including her involvement in ASB and yearbook, demonstrates her commitment to making Pioneer High School a better place. I have had the privilege of watching Bianca Valdivia Hernandez, I'm going to fix that, over the past 2 years, and I can confidently say that she has been a transformative force at Pioneer High School. Through her quick videos, if you follow Pioneer's Instagram or Facebook, I bet you've seen them. Unwavering high expectations of her peers and fierce determination, Bianca has not only set the bar high, but also inspired others to rise to it. Her feisty, fearless spirit, combined with her absolute belief that she can and will make a difference, has illuminated our school in ways that few can. I am constantly in awe of Bianca's can-do attitude and her relentless willingness to do the hard work, no matter the challenge. She embodies everything it means to be a prospector, resilient, gritty, and fearless. Bianca is a perfect example of the strength, leadership, and the heart that define our Pioneer High School community. We are beyond proud to have her as a shining example of what it means to be a prospector. Bianca's journey is a true comeback story, one that exemplifies resilience and hard work. She has not only achieved academic success, but she has fostered a deep love for her community and school. For these reasons and more, I wholeheartedly endorse her for the Student of the Year for Pioneer High School. She is a shining example of what it means to be dedicated and spirited member of the Pioneer High community. Congratulations, Bianca. We are so proud of you. Let's take a picture. So I may get a little emotional for this one. Antonio and I have worked together for 25 years. This is Antonio Chavez, our head custodian at Pioneer High School. It is with great pride and gratitude and my great honor to recognize our head custodian, Antonio Chavez, for Classified Employee of the Year at Pioneer High School. Over the years, Antonio has not only been the hardest working member of our team, but also a constant source of support, kindness, and dedication at Pioneer High School. Antonio is without question the hardest working man in the district. Antonio truly exemplifies what it means to be an outstanding employee. He is the first to respond to any need, whether it's a routine request or an emergency, and he does so with a smile and, "This is Antonio. How can I help you?" If you come to Pioneer and you call him on the radio, that's what you'll hear every time. His level of commitment and care is unmatched. I've had the privilege of working alongside Antonio for over 25 years. Although he's been in the district for over 28, he started at Elsie Allen High School. Through various roles as a teacher, activities director, coach, assistant principal, vice principal, and now principal, in every position I've held, Antonio has been there, always helping, always willing to go above and beyond. I can't count the number of times I've asked a great deal of him, because I am a lot. And I always expect the best from him, whether it's working together to plant flowers, pull weeds, spread mulch, shovel dirt, or trim trees. To keep Pioneer looking its best for our students, Antonio always approaches the work with determination and care. He is a true partner to me in every sense. There are also moments that stand out beyond the daily tasks that speak of the kind of person Antonio is. When I was pregnant with my first child, we had a huge rainstorm, much bigger than tonight. And the school was completely flooded. And I was struggling to get around and couldn't walk very well. And I don't know if you remember this, but Antonio, seeing my difficulty, insisted on picking me up in the golf cart to drive me to my car. And he was worried that I might slip and fall. And his genuine concern for my safety made a lasting impression on me. And it's moments like these that reveal the depth of his kindness and thoughtfulness. Antonio's dedication is not just a reflection of his work ethic, but his heart. During the Tubbs fire, when the rest of the administration was the only staff on site, Antonio was there with us, surveying the campus and ensuring our safety. He didn't hesitate for a second to help, even when the situation was dire. In addition to his duties on campus, he went above and beyond by helping us call families to check on their safety, knowing that we could use the assistance in translation because none of us spoke Spanish at that time. Antonio stepped in to help ensure that every family received the information they needed, and his selflessness during the critical time was a testament to his unwavering commitment to his community. Mr. Kruger shares, Antonio Chavez works hard and truly cares about Pioneer High School and those he works with, from helping wash the exterior of the observatory to making sure I have the resources to do my job. Antonio is always there to help. Antonio is a friend who helps me do my job better, and that is the greatest compliment I can give any coworker. Well done, my friend. Antonio is not just the hardest working custodian, he is an irreplaceable part of the Pioneer High School family. Ms. Jorgensen states he is the heart and soul of Pioneer. He has trained countless head custodians, sharing his knowledge and expertise, and he continues to be a model of what it means to be an exemplary employee. His calm demeanor, work ethic, and generosity of spirit make him a true asset to our school. Antonio, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you do. Your contributions to Pioneer High School go far beyond what's asked of you. You are always there, ready to help, and you make the school a better place every day. And without you, none of us would be successful, and we are incredibly fortunate to have you on our team. With sincere appreciation and respect. Sorry, I cried. Okay. We're everywhere. Maureen, come on down. I'll get it together. Get it together. Okay. This is Maureen McCabe, our certificated Teacher of the Year for Pioneer High School. Okay. Dear Santa Rosa City School Board of Education, it is with immense pride and admiration that I write to recognize Maureen McCabe as Pioneer High School's Teacher of the Year. Maureen has not only transformed the culinary arts program at Pioneer, she has also elevated the entire student experience, shaping the lives of countless students through her dedication, passion, and leadership. Under Maureen's guidance, our culinary arts program has evolved from just cooking lessons to dynamic and competitive environment, with students now participating in regional and national culinary competitions. Her students don't just learn to cook, they learn to push their limits, to compete at the highest levels, and to take pride in their work. Maureen sets high expectations and never lowers her standards, expecting nothing less than excellence from her students, and they rise to meet her challenge. What truly sets Maureen apart is her incredible commitment to her students and the program. Often going far beyond the call of duty, she has invested thousands of dollars of her own money into the program, purchasing necessary materials and resources, and always waits for reimbursement while continuing to support the students without hesitation. Her generosity and work ethic are unparalleled, and she consistently spends extra hours after school and on weekends to ensure her students have an opportunity to succeed. She even spends weeks during the summer taking them all over the country. Maureen's dedication extends beyond the classroom. She has built the Pioneer FCCLA chapter into an award-winning, highly respected group, and it is a constant present at regional, state, and national competitions, giving up her weekends, holidays, and summer break to support her students. Her leadership not only propelled her students to success, but also placed Pioneer High School as the forefront of the district's career and technical education CTE initiatives, including her work with the district's CTE food truck. Her sense of responsibility for the Pioneer Culinary Arts building is also a testament to her dedication. Maureen takes immense pride in maintaining a clean, safe, and functional workspace, understanding the importance of providing her students with a space where they thrive. She ensures that the culinary building remains a resource for future students, always advocating for its upkeep and continued access. In addition to her work with students, Maureen is always ready to step in and help a larger Pioneer High School community. She willingly takes on culinary catering jobs with her students, often without compensation, because she believes in supporting our school in any way possible. She is also incredibly supportive of the Pioneer High staff, always offering her assistance during events and contributing to the school's spirit of collaboration and camaraderie. Maureen, your unwavering dedication to your students and the culinary program at Pioneer High School is truly inspiring. Your leadership, hard work, and kindness make a lasting impact on everyone you encounter. Thank you for your incredible work you do, for the sacrifices you make, and for the positive influence you have on our school community. You are more than deserving of the recognition of Teacher of the Year for Pioneer High School. With deepest appreciation and respect, Andrea Correa. Oh, wow.
Thank you for those very heartwarming words, Principal Correa and Principal Storrell. Thank you. Just to let you know, we're going to take a break after the next item, okay? Brief break for those of you that have small children or may have to go, okay? But we're going to listen to just one more item. That would be C8. We have our school site parent organization updates from James Monroe Elementary School and Pioneer High School. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear from our James Monroe Elementary School, Claudia Franco, from our ELEC representative. She's not able to be here tonight. But we are going to hear from Pioneer High School's Laura Martinez, president of the ELAC, and Donna Prack, president of the Pioneer Student Spirit Association, PSSA.
Is there an order that we're supposed
Yeah, we'll do ELAC first.
Hello there. My name is Laura Martinez. I'm currently serving as ELAC president for Pioneer High School. Thank you for having us here. I would like to invite all of you to join us for upcoming meetings. Our topics have been based on spring of 2024. On our October meeting, we had Counselor Pardabo join us and talked about attendance, graduation credits that these students need and how to find resources, which is great. We have about 15 parents attending these meetings. Looking forward to get many more. Upcoming meetings for January 16th is our next meeting is tomorrow, November 14th. California Parent Institute Information and Reclassification Process, January 16th, Immigration Laws. March 13th is going to be a really good one because it's going to be 100 degrees, which is 10,000 degrees, excuse me, where we'll get information about other colleges and how these students can proceed and be successful. March 13th, that's March 13th, 10 degrees. So please join us, anybody here. It's great information. For April 10th, SPA, Title I and ELAP funds. LCAP funds. May 15th, we invite all of you, Santa Rosa City Board, to join us for the reclassification. Thank you. Great job, thanks.
Good evening, board members. I'm excited to share some great news about Pioneer High School. This year, we welcomed the largest freshman class in over 20 years. We had 391 new students join us as fellow prospectors. Last year, we also graduated our largest senior class since 1995, at least since 1995. These numbers show how our school continues to grow and attract more students. Our fall sports teams have had an impressive season. Our cross-country team went undefeated. And the volleyball and football team placed second. Football team made playoffs. My son's the quarterback. And we will host Benicia this Friday at 7. So if you want to come out and cheer on your community members, we'd love to have you there. We'll have 2 taco trucks, jalapenos, and Indian Village Eats. Pioneer School spirit is stronger than ever, thanks to Ms. Case and her ASB students. Thank you for always being creative and for engaging our students. When Ms. Correa became principal a few years ago, she provided financial support to lower the cost of the ASB stickers down to $15, whereas other schools can charge up to $30. And this has helped more students purchase ASB stickers and become more involved at Pioneer events. Because of this effort, we've seen an increase in student participation and the turnout at our school events it's wonderful to see students supporting students. So a lot of the football players after practice will go and watch a volleyball game or vice versa. So it's really nice to see as a parent, especially, students that are more involved in high school activities are less likely to get in trouble and more likely to graduate. So well done. A big highlight this fall was, our Dramas Club's haunted house. I went and I can honestly say I was scared. So it was organized by the drama club and our performing arts teacher, Mr. Doucette. It showcased our students' talent and their hard work, and also Maureen McCabe. She had her culinary students sell stuff along with other clubs. So once again, it's nice seeing our Pioneer prospectors supporting each other with their events that they're organizing. Pioneer would also like to thank the Guy Fieri Foundation for donating $10,000 to the culinary program. This generous donation will help create an outdoor kitchen. I can't wait to see how the culinary program implements the outdoor kitchen with their curriculum. One last update. The Pioneer School Spirit Association that I'm the president of, we are collaborating once again with Maureen McCabe and their culinary catering club. They will be organizing a charcuterie spread tomorrow for our Pioneer staff right before Thanksgiving. This feast will show our gratitude and appreciation for them because our teachers and staff work hard to support and guide our students, and this is just a small way we can show our appreciation. And finally, I'd like to recognize and thank the administration team and staff at Pioneer for their dedication to creating a positive and uplifting environment. As a parent volunteer, and I'm on year 13 now, I'm grateful to collaborate with the principal, vice principal, assistant principals, custodian. Thank you for always helping me, Antonio. And our office staff and our teachers and coaches for making Pioneer a safe, supportive, and enriching place for our students. It's truly inspiring, and being a part of a team that shares these values is a rewarding experience. So that's all. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's came here tonight to honor our employees of the month and students of the month and to hear those reports from those sites. We are going to take about a 3-minute break. This is the opportunity for you if you are going to go, because this is when we are going to go into deep dive into our agenda. So we'll take a 3-minute break. One of our trustees, Trustee Sheffield. Trustee Sheffield, paging Trustee Sheffield. Please return to the desk. Trustee Sheffield. Okay, so we're moving on to item D, public comment on non-agenda items. Open it up for comment, for public comment, non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. I have 3 blue cards here. First person is Noel Tamba, followed by Tina Rogers and Peter Alexander. Noel?
You guys ready? I've been here before. I was here a handful of times last year. Our presence is less obvious, but the community members are still here thinking about and hoping for additional progress towards school safety. You guys definitely did some things last year in terms of passing different items to work towards it, alternative ed, to looking into SROs on campus. I'm not sure there's really been a whole lot of progress with that. It was frustrating last year. But again, this year, our teachers, our administrators are still dealing with all the same issues. They're breaking up fights, they're dealing with weapons on campus. All of these things shouldn't be their problem. It shouldn't be something that they have to deal with. That should be someone there to help and handle this for them. Be that an SRO, be that a trained person whose specific job is to do that, who has that ability and background. But our teachers, our staff, our administrators deserve that help. They deserve that backup, and the kids deserve to feel safe on their campuses. I'm hoping that going forward, there can definitely be some progress and we can start to hear what has been going on in those meetings that were supposed to be happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Next, we have Tina Rogers, and followed by Peter Alexander.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Tina Rogers. I'm a multicultural arts educator, and I'm here today for a public comment because I would like to introduce one of the programs that I have been presenting, but I want to make a more impactful experience for the students in the Santa Rosa City Schools District. It's called Catch a Beat. The Catch a Beat program is from TK through 12th grade. It uses music, dance, history, social science, and multiple arts disciplinaries to work with students of all levels and backgrounds. Catch a Beat has been a program in many districts that has curbed violence, has made schools safer, and all students feeling like they belong, regardless of the language. I've been very fortunate to be able to go to various districts, and at a time I believe that my programs were kind of like too big booked to support the Santa Rosa City School District. So I'm looking forward to meeting with various members of the board and people in the public, and thank you for all of you that have reached out in various ways to bring the programs to your schools. I would like to thank the Santa Rosa French American Charter School for having my presence on their campus since 2014. I was brought in, or asked to come in for a couple of years from some students whose parents had left Bennett Valley School District, where I was at for a very long time, and asked if I can bring my presence to Santa Rosa French American Charter School. We have a lot of kids over there from various backgrounds that do speak French, and it's very, very helpful for their future. So I look forward to working further with Santa Rosa City Schools, and I'd like to thank the city of Santa Rosa, thank you, Community Engagement, for supporting BIPOC Collective. Thank you very much. My name is Tina Rogers. Look forward to seeing you guys. Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Next, we have, thank you, Ms. Rogers. Next, we have Peter Alexander, followed by Ana Diaz.
Thank you, and good evening. My question is, how important is education if we deny what we're taught? The topic of eugenics, which much of it emanated out of Yale, and there's a Church of Scientology that has a museum called the Museum of Psychiatry. You can look this up. This whole thing is by L. Ron Hubbard, but he had a silent partner named Dr. Green with many other aliases, including the true name, which was Dr. Joseph Mengele. This Museum of Scientology, Museum of Psychiatry, you can look it up, goes from the 1800s to the present. The only major name it excludes is Dr. Mengele. If 8,500 Americans die 15 to 40 years before their time by cancer, strokes, and heart attacks, largely and undisputably due to the myriad of hundreds of vaccines and slaughterhouse commercial pigs, cows, and chickens, would we call that a war or eugenics, genocide, or both? Taxes. Aaron Russo, $50,000 offer, look it up. He verified $50,000 offer in New York Times magazine, paper. 7 IRS agents quit because there is no such law. The voting machines, do they work? Can we trust them? Consider looking up Michael Riconosciuto Promise Software. See for yourself. And who is Ronald Owens? He was the second highest health and human resource person in California for the state. He wrote muzzletruth.com, telling you what really is going on with this COVID stuff and why are we not being told about this. You can look this up, muzzletruth.com. And so, I'm not good at math, but fractions. Are we prepared to provide a fraction to God Almighty Creator as
Thank
to all
you.
He's given for us?
Mr.
with the general
Alexander, your
strike for
time is
freedom?
up.
Because
Thank
we are the
you.
most powerful people in the most powerful state. I am Peter, I say it, it is so, it is done. Let our power be real. Let it release our.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Next, we have Ana Diaz.
Hello, my name's Anna Diaz and I'm from Roseland. I'm actually an alumni of this district, attended Cook and graduated from LC. I actually went to school with Trustee Stephanie Moneri, and my 2 sisters were the first graduating class of LC Allen along with Trustee Medina. I'm still disappointed in the renaming of Cook and changing its mascot, and I'm fearful for the future of LC Allen. I am still learning and growing, but as a young Chicana, granddaughter of a barcero, and elected official throughout, watching some of your selfishness, I'm still learning what to not be like. I watch actually a lot of things with the school district. And I've had many mentors and advice throughout my journey, but one that stuck on me was the quote that I don't support all Latinos. At first, it was viewed negatively upon, but as mentioned, watching some of your decisions individually and matching votes as board members, I decided to view it differently, but with a twist. I support all those serving with a genuine heart of gold. I've watched the same person judge the SRO program and sat in the Board of Chambers and helped assign the Ag Pass upon our local farm workers and blamed the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department to patrol them, and yes, I say patrol, as they continue to work in hazardous weather conditions, knowing very well that the sheriffs were understaffed in this time. My cousin was actually one of the temporary SROs, so I want to take the moment to thank Chief Cregan for his equitable choices in these officers, and I hope that they come back. I could be anything but a liar, I am not. I want to congratulate Pioneers custodian Antonio for his hard work and dedication, but now let us honor them, not just clap for them. Give them what they deserve. Majority of them are people of color, so think of that while knowing you all got raises before them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
I
Diaz.
yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. That is it. Do we have any more blue cards?
No, that's all of them.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item E1. I don't think we have a report for CSEA.
That's correct.
Okay, so moving on to item E2. This is kind of slow. The report from the Santa Rosa Teacher Association, SRTA, presenting its President Howell.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent, and members of the board, members of the community. My name is Catherine Howell. I am the president of Santa Rosa Teachers Association, representing about 900 teachers in Santa Rosa City Schools. I want to start by saying congratulations to all the honorees tonight. It's always great to see people, so much support from the schools, and also to hear the really heartwarming stories about the individuals that work at our school sites. I also want to say thank you tonight to the educational services staff for making sure that our PD, Professional Development Day, that's happening January 31st, they sent out an email today to start getting that organized, asking for teachers to prepare workshops. So it can be a teaching teachers event on the 31st, which we always appreciate, and also time to get it organized and time for teachers to really have the options that are for them. So thank you for that. I'm also going to thank you in advance for the approval of our contract reopeners, our sunshine from SRTA tonight. The items that we sunshined were all agreed to last May in our larger collective bargaining agreement that was settled last spring. But I have to say it's pretty disturbing, honestly, to be just a couple of months from new negotiations for Santa Rosa Teachers Association, looking at salary increases for the next 2 school years, when we know that CSEA and the Teamsters and other district staff that are unrepresented haven't received an increase for this year, right? It feels like we're lapping them almost. I know it's a budget crisis. There's no question about that, but it's pretty unforgivable, I have to say, that these are our lowest paid people. These are the backbones of our school, our educational support professionals, that the teachers cannot do our jobs without them. And the teachers have their salary increases. The board has its salary increase. Our district level administrators and site administrators have their salary increases. And yet here we are, still waiting. So, yeah, but there we are. So I'm also looking forward tonight to hearing a little bit more about the school consolidation and closure report. I was not personally here last week, but I listened to the meeting. And I do have to say that I think the teacher anxiety is growing a lot faster than the board's anxiety, just from the impression of last week. The closures are needed. It was a little disturbing last week to hear one of the board members saying, if we close schools. I know it's not a done deal, but it really needs to be starting. The community needs to start hearing when, not if, because it's going to happen. It needs to happen. We have 2,000 fewer students than we did 5 years ago. And we know this. SRTA is not denying the need to cut the budget. It's not denying the need to consolidate and/or close schools. And we need the board to be there with us, because we know that the problems that this district is facing are financial. We talked a lot about the ratios last week and how they don't exist, and where do you come up with them, and how are we going to make them? Why have we not been laying off staff for the past 5 years? At 15% reduction in students and a 5% reduction in staff doesn't make any sense. And the teachers keep doing their jobs, and we keep doing more work, and every time we turn around, there's another little activity that the teachers need to make sure happens, and make sure that the students are served and taught and loved. And we do that. But we can't continue to do these things if our board can't make the tough decisions. And that's what we're trusting you to do, and that's what we need you to do. Do it quickly, do it decisively. Don't drag it out. Don't get distracted. Stay focused. It needs to happen as soon as possible. Master schedules are going to be starting soon for high schools, and we're going to have a record number of reduction in force come March 15th. We're quite concerned about that, because we all know that the school closures are only like half of the cuts that need to happen. And the teachers who have done nothing but work hard are going to be once again bearing the brunt of these budget cuts. And that's our concern. And so please, please, please make sure that this happens quickly and fairly and focused. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt every single family and every single kid in this district and every single employee. And it's not going to be pretty. And there's going to be a season of anxiety that we're coming towards. And we need your help and we need your support and we need it to be real and clear and decisive. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next in our agenda, we have our superintendent report. Dr. Morales.
Good evening, everyone. Since the last regular meeting that we had of the board, we've been working, as President Howell said, on all things ratios and staffing matrix. And I know that the work that we presented at the last special board meeting was our drafts, but those drafts took so many hours. So again, I want to thank the team that has been working on them. We continue now to work with our two committees, our fiscal stabilization plan, our fiscal stabilization committee, as well as our school closure and consolidation committee, to come up with those ratios and come up with some draft staffing matrix of what we can potentially do to right-size the district. We are also attending, and I invite all of you to attend the LCAP and Budget Roadshow, where we're giving updates all around those two items and what is happening in those two committees as well. We continue to try to push out an information campaign so everybody is aware. We just did a video making sure that people know about our LCAP Roadshow and that they're attending them to get the information that they're wanting, trying again to give as much information as we can. We know that, as President Howell mentioned, it's going to be a time of anxiety for a lot of us, and we want to make sure that everybody is up to speed on the information. This past November 1st, we held a district-wide, so all 24 schools did safety training around the Essential 5, as well as our incident command system. And then each school also talked about how they would operationalize their incident command structure at their school. I want to thank the principals for their hard work in facilitating that with their co-presenters from the district level teams. And so we will continue, and I'll talk a little bit more about the SART, which is our Safety Advisory Roundtable, in that section of the report. So thank you.
Thank you, President Superintendent Morales. Next, we have Board President's report. I was not expecting to chair this meeting tonight, but I do have a couple of things to say. One, I completely agree with what President Howell mentioned earlier today, that we have to make some tough decisions that are coming up. At the same time, it is important that we do it in a way that is informative, in a way that our community is part of the discussion and is aware that this is coming. Too often, districts make decisions drastically, right, affecting communities that expect to have, a community school around their schools, right? So we want to make sure that when these cuts happen, that our families, that our communities are well informed. And one of the things, and I think you'll agree with me with this, Catherine, is that, in the past, districts, not necessarily Santa Rosa, but, districts haven't done a good job at letting our folks know that these things are coming, right? So we want to ensure that people are prepared, that these cuts will be happening. I agree, the J90 forms, told us, years ago that, we should have reduced, right? But then we had ESSER funding that allowed us to continue that, right? So, and I just want to ensure that we are all in the same page, right? We know that this is coming and we know this is going to be painful. But as long as we have an open dialogue with our community, with all our stakeholders, CSEA, the Teamsters, 665, SRTA, the non-representative, members of our employees and our staff, our superintendent, and everyone involved in the community, because we are one of the largest districts we are the largest district north of the Golden Gate. And it will be important for us to get this right. We don't want a repeat of what happened in San Francisco or Oakland, right? So we want to make sure that everyone's involved in this decision that is coming up, right? And soon. That is my report. Next, we have board member reports. Do I have any board members that would like to speak? I have Trustee De La Cruz, Sheffield, De La Torre. Okay. Trustee De La Cruz.
I want to speak to the kids and the families in our community who are rightfully terrified in this upcoming administration and its really severe threats that it makes against the safety and security and stability of so many families in our community. And I'm so proud to be part of a board and part of many institutions in our community that are already working together to plan ways to ensure that our focus on community schools really feels the love and support from community-based organizations who are well prepared, given what happened in the first administration and the ways in which we saw some of those threats actually become real, in making sure that we have structures and systems and supports and partnerships and bridges between community-based organizations, low bono and pro bono lawyers to make sure that people can access the legal rights that they actually do have under our immigration systems, as broken as they can be. And to make sure that we continue to say that our schools will remain a safe place for immigrant children and their families, and that we intend to make sure that people respect civil rights and human rights inside of our systems, and that we are really dedicated to making sure that our institutions feel safe and are actually safe for people in the upcoming 4 years, where we are hearing some kind of terrifying threats about shock and awe and blitz, using terms that are more appropriate for war than they are on children who are coming to this country searching for the same kinds of experiences in our public schools and in our workplaces and in our communities that we all love and enjoy. So I just wanted to share some thoughts and some love and some, hopefully some support to folks who are feeling, again, rightfully scared that we are doing everything we can to make sure that people's civil and human rights are respected.
Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. Trustee Sheffield.
Thank you, and thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. I want to say that it was an honor to be there supporting you last week at the North Bay Labor Council's the COPE Appreciation Awards Banquet, where Trustee De La Cruz received the Michael Allen Leading for Labor Award. This is a really big deal, and it just makes me so proud to see one of our own being recognized as a fierce champion for working families. Loved being there, along with Trustee Manieri and Trustee Medina as well. And the words that you spoke Friday night, I think, it was so impactful and it hit so many in attendance. Hit them right here. Thank you. Also want to give a shout out and congratulations to one of our own, Alan Petty of LC Allen High School's Lobo Rugby Club, who received a Champions for Children award at the Four Cs Champions for Children recognition banquet last week. Great event. Also, Trustee Manieri was there as well. Made the rounds last week. These are just great recognitions for the people in our school community who are doing wonderful things and being recognized for the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sheffield, and congratulations, Trustee De La Cruz. Next, we have Trustee De La Torre.
Thank you, Vice President Flores. It is not coincidental that the first cold, rainy evening is also our opening into the season of giving. So I just want to remind our community that that have enough of looking out and supporting those in the community that do not, and extending love and friendship and hope where and how needed throughout our community. Do not wait for Thanksgiving if celebrated to tell somebody that you're grateful for them. Spread that kindness and joy throughout your community. Our LCAP roadshows are an amazing opportunity to be active stakeholders. So when you get that parent square notification, when you get notified that these meetings are taking place and that these really tough conversations are being had, please show up in attendance and be an active stakeholder. Work together as a community so that we can grow through these painful decisions and make the hard choices necessary to right size our budget and help this district grow and thrive with what we have. Do not stay silent. Do not send those emails to junk mail. Be involved, be active on your sites, be active in your community, and continue to look after and care for each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Any other board members? Last call. All right, next we have our student board member. Yes? Oh, no, go ahead. Trustee Manieri. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I'll go quickly. I wasn't planning on making a report, and thank you, Director Sheffield, for mentioning the events that we went to last weekend, and congratulations again to Director De La Cruz. It was really beautiful being there for that moment. And one other event that I was able to attend last week that I wanted to share with the community was the danza ceremony for Omar Gallardo, who was a really beloved leader in our community. If you know Land Paths or Bayer Farm or Bayer Park, you know Omar Gallardo. And so it was really beautiful to be there and see a really big, beautiful group of danceros and danzando, dancers dancing, and just honoring the life of Omar Gallardo. And so I just wanted to bring his name into this space too, and honor him as well. And that's all I wanted to add. Last week was a really busy week with events, and a lot of really positive recognition for community members, some being our own. And I just look forward to more of that positive recognition coming up.
Thank you, Trustee Manieri. Next, we have a student board member report. Trustee Zuniga.
Okay. Okay, this is gonna be quick. Our next superintendent student council meeting is Monday at Montgomery. Also, we have Youth Activism's long-awaited mural happening finally on Saturday, where we're starting the painting. And this mural is a product of 4 different cultural and ethnic clubs of Santa Rosa High School, in accordance with the National Art Honor Society. And so it's completely student-led and student-made, using the ArtQuest resources, as well as fundraising, and using our own club money to buy the actual paint and materials. And so we are starting this mural, which signifies the beautiful diversity that we have at Santa Rosa High School, but also how strong we are when we are unified and in community. So that is happening this weekend, and it hopefully is going to be done before we leave for semester break.
What time?
It's going to be done. It's going to be, we're starting painting in the morning, so like 9, and then we're going to go throughout the weekend, and then probably in the next weekend after
Starting
that.
at 9, so come by with donuts. Is that what?
Maybe. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zuniga. Next, we have our safety report presented by Dr. Morales, our superintendent of schools.
So we included in the agenda the action plan that was set in motion right before I started. This is work that Superintendent Trinnell had started with the Safety Advisory Roundtable, in which they took all of the action steps and broke them down into different areas. And with the team, we went through and updated earlier on, so sometime in October, of what had been done on each of those action items. We've also aligned it to the comprehensive safety framework that we're building. And we met last about two or 2.5 weeks ago. My weeks are blending together. to give them an update and get direction from them as to where we're going next. There was a lot of conversations around alternative education, so we will be bringing our team that is working on that to the next meeting as we continue to make sure that all of the aspects that were on the Safety Advisory Roundtable Action Plan are executed and carried out to the best of our abilities through the next, because it's a 3 to 5 year plan as we continue to work on those areas. So take a look at them. If you have questions, please reach out so that you know when we're having the SART meeting, so you can join us and give us your feedback and your thoughts. So we continue to do that work, and we're also just encompassing it in the work that we're doing around all things safety. So thank you.
Thank you. I think I missed this. When is the next SART meeting?
I don't believe that one is scheduled, actually.
Okay, so we'll have to schedule one. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Could you let us know once that's scheduled?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have item 8, school consolidation and closure report. Presenting this is Lisa August, our Associate Superintendent of Schools. Oh, there you are.
Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our board, and our SRCS community. Sorry, been doing a lot of speaking and my voice is just gone. I want to start by saying that it is very hard work to echo the sentiments earlier. And it is extremely important work to right-size our district, as so many districts across the state are having to do. We are not alone in this work. And we appreciate the board moving us forward with this. I know that we brought this forward last spring, and we have a very tight timeline to be able to right-size our ship. So we do appreciate the support in that. Our committee, for those who may not be aware, is we do have 20. We began with 21. We did have one resignation after the first meeting. To date, the first meeting was was an organizational meeting, looking at the overall criteria, setting some norms and expectations about how things would move forward. Over the course of the next 4 meetings that 3 have occurred, we have one more coming up. We looked at enrollment, current and projected, demographics. We've looked at facilities, some environmental risk factors related to that, programmatic things as far as what can or can't be moved, what are, some options for, some reimagination as we reconfigure schools as a potential. And the upcoming last set of data points is the fiscal side. So next Monday, we will be meeting to discuss kind of the overall cost of each school. Excuse me, and then looking at other operational items that are tied to that, such as transportation, walking distances, potential impacts of what schools kind of align or within a distance to be able to go to, which schools may we lose students to depending on closures. All of those are data points. The thing that I want to point out is that the process that we are following is laid out in education code. While we are not technically a district in fiscal distress, it is best practice to follow the guidelines that are laid out for districts in fiscal distress. It feels very cold and that it doesn't make sense at the beginning when we're looking at the data points, but that's really what it is comparing, I believe it's 27, if I recall, different points. That's what those 4 informational meetings are about, is looking at the numbers. That doesn't mean that any one of those factors is the determining factor of how a school will be ranked by the committee, of what recommendations will be made to the board, or what your actions will ultimately be. I think it's really important that people understand, that our community understands, that the items that we are looking at, it's because of the things that happened in Oakland. That's really the driving factor. And the items that we're looking at were actually laid out from the Attorney General in response to that. There is a link in our website, in our agenda this evening that goes to our Santa Rosa City Schools website, specifically to the school consolidation and closure webpage. On that webpage, you can see the links to the California Department of Education guidelines, which are attached here as well. You can also watch videos of all of the meetings that we have had so far. Our meetings are Brown Act, so they are published 72 hours in advance at least. They are broadcast over Zoom as our regular meetings are as well here. So they follow the same guidelines as the board meetings. We do allow public comment on items that are within the purview of the committee and items that are on the agenda, just as with a board meeting. After our November 18th meeting, then beginning in December, the committee will be starting the conversations about analysis. They'll be analyzing all of those data points. That's where the discussion really starts as to what the committee believes are the important points in there. And are there other items, other considerations aside from just those points on a spreadsheet that say, okay, here's the overall ranking of each of these schools. Again, that's one piece of it. The discussions around what those impacts are on our community, because that's different than what's reflected in those data points. That's what the committee will be discussing, the 20 members. It's a very diverse group. It's listed on that website, all of the committee members and what expertise or representation they bring to the table. In January, the committee will begin making their recommendations and draft report. Hopefully, we can get that finalized within the 1 to 2 meetings and have a recommendation. The expectation is that a recommendation based on consensus. We don't expect there to be a vote. That doesn't tend to work very well in a large committee like that. It's okay. Can we all live with this? Are we unsure and have some more conversations that need to be had? Or is this a no and we need to start back over to get to that point of consensus? There will be a report and a recommendation that will be the final product of that committee. And that report will come to the board in early February for a first pass for understanding for presentation. And then at that following meeting, a subsequent meeting in February, we would ask for board action to finalize any of the closures that will actually happen. So it is likely that when the report comes to you, there will be a recommendation for the schools to be closed, and there will be a ranking of schools so that if the board, for whatever your discussion is, decides that it should be in a different way, or you want a different configuration, the schools would preferably be ranked by the committee when they come to you so that you do have options on that. So I just wanted to share that. As Dr. Morales said, as we are having our LCAP and budget roadshows, they sound more fun than they are. It's an information sharing opportunity. This first round is really about us talking about our fiscal stabilization plans, our budget, what the LCAP is, how school funding works, what our fiscal stabilization advisory committee does, the work that comes out of that in driving our budget, and that school consolidation and closure that came as a recommendation out of that fiscal stabilization committee. We are really appreciative of the representation on there with our labor and community partners who help us to bring those recommendations forward to the superintendent and ultimately to the board. Sorry. As Dr. Morales said, we do have a video that went out. We are also sending parent square messages. We have flyers out. We have mentioned on KBBF. It's been in Press Democrat. Our school consolidation committee is really, it's our opportunity to share with the community and hear really what the impacts are. The LCAP roadshows are another opportunity for feedback. And then we will actually be building the budget later based on the feedback that will come out of the LCAP and budget input sessions that will begin in January. So it's an ongoing process. But all of these decisions need to be made in time for those March 15th notices, as President Howell shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have our discussion and action items, F1. Let's see, F1, Kids Street Charter School or charter renewal. The Board of Education will vote to either grant or deny the street charter school's request for renewal of its charter. Presenting this item, we have Dr. Castro and Kathleen Malamo.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of the board, students, staff, community of Santa Rosa City Schools. As Vice President Flores mentioned, tonight the board will take action to grant or deny per California Education Code 47605 the request of Kids Street Charter School for charter renewal for an additional term July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030 to serve up to 130 pupils in grades TK through 6. I believe I need to be promoted.
You joined the meeting.
All right, that would help. Let's see. Host sign in. Yeah.
That email. You did click that? There. Oh, no, it's closed session. But right before that, it's an open session. It's a link from Zoom.
Found it. Do you see me? Okay. Present. Documents, screens. How do I find my documents? Yeah, I'm trying to share, but it doesn't show me what document.
Because we have to share with the people, the audience at home. Yeah,
There we go,
if
entire
it's
screen.
there, then hit share.
There we go. And then I'll present. Got this. Okay, that only took 10 minutes. All right. Okay, so our task tonight is in the Ed Services Division, we reviewed and using some of the other departments, we reviewed the charter petition that was submitted on September 5th. The original charter was granted by the board in April 14th, 1999. As I said before, serves grades TK through 6. The last renewal was in April 12th, 2017. Current term expires June 30th, 2025. All charter terms were extended, if you remember, during the pandemic due to pandemic-related legislation. The submittal was submitted. The renewal was submitted on September 5th, 2024. And as if you remember, during our meeting on the 23rd of October, we had our public hearing as required by Education Code. Tonight, we have to take action to either grant or deny. We have with us tonight counsel from F3, John Ye, specializes in charter law, to answer questions. I will present for approximately 10 minutes. We'll have a presentation also from the principal of Kid Street Charter with her presentation as well. You can ask questions from principal and from council as well if you have any questions about charter law. Under Assembly Bill 1505, granting of charter has to be consistent with, of course, sound educational practice and in the interests of the community in which a school is proposing to locate. The board shall consider the academic needs of the pupils in which the school proposes to serve. Under Assembly Bill 1505, there are 3 categories under which the charter schools are renewed, either high-performing, mid-performing, or low-performing. Kid Street falls under the category of mid-performing per CDE designation, and as such, the renewal falls under the purview and discretion of the board as a mid-performing charter. Based on clear and convincing evidence, these 3 bullets consider the school-wide performance and performance of all subgroups of pupils served by the charter school and the state and local indicators, provide greater weight to performance on measurements of academic performance in determining whether to grant a charter renewal, and consider whether the charter school has achieved measurable increases in academic achievement as defined by at least 1 year's progress for each year in school. So during our review, we looked at the academic indicators here, and specifically English language arts and mathematics. For English language arts, Kid Street fell under the orange band, 2.1 points increase or maintained, which came in as a 50.4 points below standard. And in mathematics, the yellow band, 13.4 points increased, 73.6 points below standard. Sorry. One Kid Street Charter has one significantly, statistically significant subgroup. They have 130 students. Under the ESSA designation, you have to have a minimum of 30 students. With such a small population, they only had one statistically significant subgroup, and that's SED, or socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Also, under Education Code, charters are allowed to submit what's called the verified data under Ed Code 47607.2. So they are allowed to submit what's called the verified data in addition to having us review ASPAC data for additional performance review. And so we analyzed what was submitted was NWEA MAP scores to show academic outcomes and progress. And so what we called out here was some highlights, which were you see here, 68% of first graders achieved at least 1 year's academic progress in math, and 80% of second graders achieved 1 year's academic progress in reading. Fourth grade math students achieved 180% progress over 1 year's academic growth. And so we determined that they had shown additional indicators of grade level growth with that additional information that was submitted. These additional slides here demonstrate the different review standards that we are obligated to review, and when we review the application, they're just for reference. We confirm these. And we came to the final recommendation under Ed Code that we would grant renewal or recommend the granting renewal of Kidd Street Charter for a term of 5 years, July 1st, 2025, June 30th, 2030, based on evidence of 1 year's pupil progress and the other additional academic indicator as provided in WEA maps. And now we will allow Kidd Street Charter to provide their presentation.
Vice President Flores, can we ask questions at this time?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you. There was a slide that you had there, Dr. Castro, right before the end that actually outlined the board's responsibility to, there we go, that one. Can you actually go through that? I think it's really important for us and for the community to understand this part of the process.
Sure, I'm going to actually allow Mr. Ye to go over that, and I did want to make a correction also while I did that, I called out incorrectly the firm that he comes to us from. It's actually Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. Take a moment and explain that slide, please.
Good evening, Superintendent Morales, Vice President Flores, and members of the board. John Ye from Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. So maybe if we advance a slide, and maybe, okay, so the board, the education code essentially gives the board two options. One is to grant the renewal, and if the renewal is granted, the education code requires that it be for a term of 5 years for a mid-performing charter. We do have a typo in the third to last bullet. It's supposed to be June 30th, 2030, so we'll correct that for the record. That is entered into the minutes. If the board elects to deny renewal, then it must follow some procedural steps. First, it must adopt written findings in support of the denial. And so one of the reasons that we prepare a written report is to contain such possible findings. And if we could go up a slide as well. The second, and this slide as well contains the grounds. So there are limited permissible grounds for denying renewal, and those are listed on the slide. Slides above, the finding that the petition or the renewal document contains an unsound educational program, that the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program, that the required affirmations are not clear and unequivocal. The petition lacks reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the required 15 elements, and the petition doesn't make the required designation of who shall be the employer for collective bargaining. So you may notice on the staff report that we posted that there's a quite lengthy matrix attached at the end that actually evaluates the petition against the reasonably comprehensive criteria, and the staff's recommendation to grant the renewal is based in part on its conclusion that the petition met the reasonably comprehensive standard, and also in larger part under the new law on the charter school's academic performance.
Thank you. So just to be clear, there's, in the study of the charter, there were no findings that would lead us to a place where we would need to do additional investigation into standards, correct?
Yes, we believe that we have all the information we need to make a recommendation and for the board to make a decision. One of the awkward things that the education code places both staff and the board in is that if the board does vote, if the vote ends up to be to deny the charter, it must be supported by written factual findings. Of course, due to the Brown Act and sound governance, we have no idea what the vote will be until the vote is taken. And so we have to be prepared for both scenarios. Under the education code, if you grant the renewal, there's no procedural requirements. You just take a vote and grant it, and the charter is extended for an additional 5 years. If you deny, then the board needs to make written factual findings that align with the grounds that are up on the screen. And so what we've done in the report is to make findings that if the board vote does end up in that direction to deny, then the report does contain potential findings. The staff's recommendation is to grant the renewal, but we want to be prepared for both possible scenarios as well.
Go ahead.
Is there a circumstance where, especially given like where we are as a district with school closures and with really intense scrutiny that we're going to have to undertake in the next couple of months around closures, is there a way to do like a conditional renewal or to actually push this off as we like essentially to extend the time that we have to consider the renewal while we have this conversation about closures and the costs, especially with regards to the way charters pull out funds from our schools, from our public schools?
Yep. So the question is whether the renewal process allows some latitude to consider the larger fiscal condition of the district, which I know is a pressing concern. And Dr. Castro referred to AB 1505, which is the new law. And AB 1505 did give school districts more leeway to consider the impact of a new charter school on the district's programs and on the district's financial conditions. However, that leeway does not extend to charter renewals or renewals of existing charter schools or ongoing charter schools. So with respect to whether to renew, the education code essentially gives the district fairly strict criteria that we place the most weight to academic performance and whether there's been a year of academic progress generally shown by the charter school. If the board acts to deny, it must align its reasons and its findings with one of the grounds that are listed on the slide. A conditional renewal sometimes might come into play. Some authorizers and districts throughout the state have used it. It wouldn't be used in an instance to tie it to the district's fiscal condition or the number of schools that it needs to operate or its enrollment. So an example would be if there's an issue in the petition that warrants being addressed, but doesn't by itself rise to the level of denial, then whoever makes the motion, should the motion be to grant it, might consider the option of also including a condition that the charter school address whatever issue might arise. And so just to give, in this instance, I think there's really only one possible issue, and we've communicated to Kid Street that business services has advised that for fiscal year 25-26, there's likely to be a $3 million increase in special education costs. And the education code does allow a school district to take steps to have a charter school contribute its fair share. And we've given Ms. Lamo a heads up that may be might be an area of discussion for the board, that when 25-26 comes closer, we'll have a dialogue with Kid Street to enter into a memorandum of understanding a written agreement under which they would contribute their fair share. And we've asked Ms. Malamo to address the charter school's willingness to do that. So we've identified that as a potential condition if that's a procedure that the board wishes to use.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear, if renewal is approved, Ed Code allows mid-performing charters to operate for, is it exactly 5 years? I mean, is that spelled out in Ed Code, the 5 years, or is that number flexible?
It's 5 years to the date. So if it's, there's more leeway with the range for high performing
Okay.
or high performing
But
is
for
higher.
mid-performing, it is 5 years. That's
Yes,
exactly
we
what I
are, we are
wanted to get at.
essentially limited to 5 years.
That is the,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you. So you mentioned that our charter has the ability to agree to their fair share for special ed, depending on their willingness to contribute. Is that negotiable, or is that something we can ask for the charter to do?
The Ed Code for 47641 and 47646 actually require, and this is under the motto in which the charter school receives special education through the district, which Kid Street does. So the two Ed Code sections that I just recited actually require the charter school to contribute their fair or equitable share of to the district's special education expenses, because
Okay.
often the funding doesn't cover all the
Okay.
expenses. The
Right.
details are left to the how and the formula and the methodology are left to negotiation
Right.
between the parties.
I just wanted to be clear, because you said the willingness, Kid Street Charter will, and their willingness to participate, to contribute. So, but it's required. by Ed
Yeah,
Code.
but the amount is there are some holes that the Ed Code allows the parties to negotiate.
And do we know our numbers of special ed students or at Kid Charter, or was it too small of a number to report?
We have a demographic breakdown in the staff report, which I don't recall the percentage off the top of my head, so I'm turning to it. So on page 10, their percentage of students with disabilities is 13.8 for 22-23, and I'll let Ms. Malamo either update or correct me if I have that wrong, but that's according to publicly available data.
Thank you. And what's our districts?
We're usually between like 9 and 14%.
Charter, the charter is, but our district.
John, ours is 19?
Okay. Thank you. This is, I think I mentioned this last time, this is something that I would love, for us to work in to make sure there is, equity in terms of the acceptance of special ed students in our charter schools, not just Kid Street, but all charter schools that we have. Because there is a disparity here in numbers. And also we tend to over-identify. That 13.8, is that, how does that compare to the state average? Okay, so it's within the state average. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, that helps. Thank you. Any other questions from the board before we proceed? Yes.
I appreciate all of the information. Is there one place where we can see kind of year to year on all of the criteria that we're looking at in terms of performance? We have like a number of pages that say, I understand state paused testing during the period that we would look at, that year to year comparison. So we're looking back at, I think, 2017 data. But is there any way to actually judge beyond or to see kind of laid out what increases in performance would look like for our community to see in a more transparent way.
Like a longitudinal sort of analysis.
Yeah.
In the petition? What did you say?
You mean for the performance, longitudinal performance data for Kids Street Charter? Yeah, absolutely.
I have some of my slides for tonight. It's in the charter petition and also in the, when they did a staff report, our response to that. So all three places. I don't have a detailed breakdown for tonight because tonight was just supposed to be 10 minutes. It's what I have. I do have one slide for our CASP scores.
Yeah, just in the, like in the staff report and in the petition, we basically have kind of pages and pages of different things, but we don't necessarily have a side by side of one year to the next to make it really clear kind of like where we're tracking English, math, right? Absenteeism. And so you have to really kind of like dig around to see what that comparison looks like year over year. So I'm just wondering if there was one place where we could really see that.
If there aren't any more questions, then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Malamo for her presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed trustees, Superintendent Morales, and Santa Rosa City School staff. First pictures of our first day of school. That's always fun to share. This is just our whole school. We have a very small school. Okay. Who we are. Kids Street Learning Center was established in 1992 as an after-school theater arts-based school serving homeless youth that didn't have a place to go after school. In 1999, Kids Street became a charter school, and we now serve students in grades TK through 6. I didn't see what you did. Sorry. I'm sorry, I went too quick. We have 75% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. And what statistics don't show is that many students come to Kids Street because they haven't been successful at other schools for various reasons, whether that is related to academic progress, mental health needs, or behavioral needs. Our small setting with trauma-informed practices is home to some of our area's most vulnerable youth. Our motto is teach to the heart and the mind will follow. We are a middle performing school with presumed renewal according to Ed Code. We believe that our school is in the best interest of our families and our community, and we are proud to send them on to Santa Rosa City School middle schools, primarily Santa Rosa Middle School. Our program is unique with its small class sizes, tutoring, social emotional programming, and STEAM curriculum. We also have provided essential services for our families for years. For example, an after-school program funded through our ACES grant that has provided aftercare for free for all of our students for 20 years. Free homemade food program, free clothing program, a brown bag program, and counseling. Most of these extra services that get our students ready to learn are done in partnership with community organizations like the Redwood Food Bank and River Counselors. I'm hoping that this slide will address your concerns. It is just CASP. We're happy to share that we saw significant growth in our CASP ELA and math scores in 23-24. In 22-23, the percentage of students meeting or exceeding ELA standards increased from 25% to 42%. The percentage of students meeting or exceeding math standards increased from 21% to 36%. We attribute this growth to post-pandemic initiatives that included high-dosage tutoring with evidence-based programs and the implementation of a new school-wide assessment program called MAPS Growth, which you've heard a little bit about. MAPS growth was chosen from the list of verified data assessment programs listed by CDE to show student growth across the period of a year. Our MAPS growth results show that the majority of our students made 1 year of academic progress. We are deeply grateful to the district staff for their recommendation for our charter renewal and for those who have taken the time to visit our school, connect with our team, and meet our wonderful students. Our doors are always open, and we look forward to continuing to work together to create meaningful opportunities for every child in our community. Thank you for your dedication and partnership. It means so much to all of us at Kids Street Charter as we ask the board for renewal for the next term.
Turn
Thank
it
you.
back over to you for questions.
It comes back to the board for questions. Actually, no, let me see here. Do we have any public comments for this? No? All right, so it comes back to the board for questions or a motion.
I realize that we have such small numbers at Kids Street that we can't break down the way different ethnic groups are doing at the school, but I would note that it's really amazing that you have 6% Black kids at your school, like that it's such a safe place where you have like a really overwhelming percentage of Black kids as, you know, as compared to the rest of our systems. And so I would love to hear a little bit about, you know, what's working. I appreciate the, you know, the kind of the ability of being in a small school to really be able to focus on individual kids. And this is a population that we know is, you know, not experiencing the same kind of outcomes in our systems in this institution as a whole. And, you know, we express a lot of concern about that, but I would love to hear what you think is working in particular with this population.
And to add, that's historically been the case, correct?
Yes, we've always had diverse. I think it first starts with word of mouth through the community. We have our parents meeting at various places, whether it be NA meetings or AA meetings, or maybe they were in the shelter together, or maybe they go to church and their friends have their kids at our school. A lot of the first footstep in is through word of mouth through the community, like, hey, there's this little charter school over here and look what they're doing. So a lot of it just comes from loved ones and friends meeting each other in our community and finding out about us first of all. And then I think where the magic happens is the incredible staff that we have that address real problems and difficult problems in the classroom and talk honestly with kids, talking about things that affect not only, the students, but also their parents and their families. And I think that's why we've had so much success with, families that are living in any type of crisis. That doesn't necessarily mean hand in hand with the population you're talking about, but I think we attract a diverse a population because of the connections that we make. I was first introduced to Kids Street when I was getting my credential in 2001. And I came to their open house and it was a poetry recital. And there was a little girl there and she wrote a poem about her father's addiction and about her turmoil over it. It was a very beautiful poem and everyone in the room's crying. I saw, well, that's her dad over there. Definitely he's over there crying. And just last week we had a poetry recital. So we definitely, although we have, kids from all walks of life, and we have, few affluent parents also that want a small school setting, we've really kept that trauma-informed approach and that strong heart connection to our families and our kids.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, this is an action item. So do I hear a motion from a board member? And before we do that, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. However this goes, I just want to say I appreciate all the work that you've done, and thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I will move approval of Kidd Street Charter School Charter Renewal.
A second.
Moved by trustee Sheffield, seconded by trustee Manieri. Roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Zuniga.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
No.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
No.
Vice President Flores.
Um, Aye. I do have to reiterate the fact that it's so important that we mirror the rest of our district, right? And I know it's a haven for a lot of our students, right? It's a small haven, right? And I wish we could replicate this in a bigger sort of setting. I don't want to deny some of our students. I changed my vote tonight. But I just want you to keep that in mind because it was a very, very close vote in terms of what we expect our charters to do. And, it's special in a small setting. I just want you to know that we want to work with you. We want to ensure that the kids that are there are resilient and make sure that, you work on replicating the disparity that we have in terms of different demographics. Thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Trustee Flores, for letting me say something. I want to just clarify my vote and make sure that it's understood why I voted no in this context and in this time in our district. I feel like a vote on a charter right now is not within the fiduciary responsibilities of this board. And I love so much what you do. Your school population clearly shows the care and the love and the equitable way that you provide services. And you are a model for what is expected inside of every single one of our mainstream schools in terms of, the care, the thoughtfulness, and the safe space that you have clearly created for so many kids and families in our schools that don't feel like they fit and who we continually see not have the same kind of outcomes that you're achieving. So I want to thank you for that. And I want you to just make sure that, you hear from my heart a precursor to the very, very difficult decisions that this board is going to have to make in the upcoming months and years as we figure out what kinds of decisions we need to make to ensure that we are being fiduciarily responsible for public dollars that should go to public schools. And, as a union person, as a strong proponent of public schools, charters play a very important role in creating some of these smaller places that are, really directed at things that we might not be able to do in more mainstream schools. And, right, when the rubber hits the road, we need to make sure that every single dollar that we have is going to support our public schools where all of our kids go. And that, those models that you create at that small level, that's what we need to do and replicate that, that same care and that same love that clearly these kids are experiencing, through your work in every single one of our public schools. So again, please hear my vote, not as any criticism of what it is that you do so beautifully and so clearly is showing having an impact on these kids and on these families, but just, again, really holding the responsibility of what it is before our board to make decisions that benefit all students in all of our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item F2. Resolution recognizing November 14th, 2024 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Presenting this is Dr. Daisy Morales, Superintendent of San Jose City Schools.
I'm actually just making the introduction for Christina Panza, the Director of Education and Safe Routes to School here in Sonoma County. And we had a couple of students that were going to speak. I don't know if they're still with us. Kingston Dogbo and Harper Grayer. I'm not sure if they're still, yes, they're still with us. Awesome. Thank you. So Ms. Panza, thank you for being here and go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think Melanie said she's going to make it. I'm going to share a screen. Need to figure out how to make, sorry. Can't see how to make this slideshow mode, so let me just unshare. Yes, there's a way to make it slideshow and I don't know. Go ahead and go back to share. Go back to share. Should I make it a slideshow first? Slideshow? It's not beginning. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Thank you so much for having me tonight. And it's so good to have you with me too. I will look forward to hearing what you have to say about Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. But first, I just have a few slides to share about Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, which is our third annual event in Sonoma County. It actually started with a Safe Routes to School program in San Mateo County that wanted to recognize Ruby Bridges and celebrate equity and diversity. And since then, AAA has come on board as a partner and is supporting schools statewide and on the West Coast in celebrating Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. And our Sonoma County Safe Routes to School program provides schools with resources to celebrate their event to honor Ruby Bridges, the civil rights icon who integrated schools in the 1964, I believe, in the South. The schools in the Santa Rosa City district that registered for the event this year are listed here. If I missed any schools, if there's anyone here representing a school that is not listed that did celebrate Ruby Bridges Day, then let me know. But these are the schools that I was informed registered through AAA or informed me that they were celebrating. And most schools are celebrating the event tomorrow. That's the official Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, but there are some schools that celebrated on the third today because walk and roll to school days are typically on Wednesdays. So there were some schools that celebrated today. We provide, again, schools with resources. So this is just an example, flyer, Instagram, date images, little infographics that they can use to help promote the Ruby Bridges event. And we also have a bingo sheet that we've provided to all of our schools through our newsletter and through our communications. And it's on our website where they can learn about the contributions of Ruby Bridges and do some other activities, and also learn about how to be safe and be seen as a pedestrian. So that's our challenge. Every month in Safe Routes, we have a challenge for our students, and this is the one this month. And if students turn their challenges, complete their challenge and turn it into their teachers and get it back to us. And Safe Routes, we will be entering all of the challenge entries into a drawing for a gift card to Copperfield's bookstore to hopefully buy some books to help them learn even more about Ruby Bridges and equity and diversity. We also really hope that schools utilize this day not just as a walk and roll to school day, but as an opportunity to teach about Ruby Bridges, to teach about equity, to teach about diversity. We really want this to be a day of dialogue, not just to encourage walking, we want that too, but really to utilize this this day to really share how important it is that we build community and support one another in being equitable. There are resources from our website. We created a Ruby Bridges resource site, so teachers and students and school personnel can go and download the Ruby Bridges Day of Dialogue guide that AAA created, or that the Ruby Bridges Foundation created, and also links to lesson plans and other curriculum, books that can be ordered. So we made this available to all of our school partners. This is just one of the pages on the resource site. It's not all of the resources. I just wanted to share a few pictures. This is from last year at Hidden Valley Elementary School and Monroe Elementary School, celebrating Ruby Bridges Day. And actually, tonight I received, I added a slide to what you all received, but Hidden Valley Elementary School has an amazing champion who just puts all her heart and soul into their walk and roll program and Ruby Bridges Day. And she sent me some pictures of what they're doing this year. Their event is tomorrow, but this is like the prep for it. They had all the students in the school, share thoughts and about Ruby Bridges and equity and diversity on hearts. This is a student drawing their heart, and then they posted the hearts around the school. And they have a walking path they made for the kids as well. And they have a meetup spot for kids to walk and roll into school together. It's really cool. And this is just one example that I've received just because this particular champion emailed me today about her. I should be getting more reports by Friday of other schools that are participating. Our website is sonomasaferoots.org. This is where you can go to see all those resources that I just shared and to find out what else we're doing in our Safe Routes program. We have monthly challenges every month to encourage families to walk and bike to school together and safely and build community. And underneath the website and the Instagram handle is a picture of the fence at Hidden Valley for this year's event that our champion sent me today. Thank you so much for your support of Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and for the Safe Routes program. And I'll turn it over to these lovely students to share what how they connected to Ruby Bridges Day at their sites.
And tell us, why do you think it's important to celebrate days like Ruby Bridges?
Hello, my name is Kingston Josiah Dogbo, and I'm a sixth grader and Safe School Ambassador at the Santa Rosa French American Charter School. I hope you enjoy my presentation. Let's get started. Ruby Bridges' Walk to School on November 14, 1960 is an important day for children to recognize for several reasons. 1, role models. Ruby Bridges is a powerful role model for young people. Her story shows that children can make a difference and that their actions can have a lasting impact on society. It empowers children to believe in their capacity to affect change. 2, diversity in education. Discussing Ruby's experience highlights the importance of diversity in education. It encourages discussions about the value of different perspectives and backgrounds, fostering an environment where all children feel valued and respected. 3, courage and resilience. Ruby's bravery in the face of hostility and opposition serves as an inspiring example of courage and resilience. Children learn the importance of standing up for what is right, even in challenging circumstances. This message encourages them to be advocates for themselves and others and appreciate the experiences of others, particularly those who face discrimination or adversity. 4, historical awareness. Ruby Bridges' story is a vital part of American history. Recognizing her walk to school helps children learn about significant historical events and figures that have shaped the society they live in today. It emphasizes the importance of understanding history to prevent repeating past injustices. 5, civil rights movement. Ruby Bridges was one of the first African-American children to integrate into an all-white school in the southern United States. Her courageous act took place during a time of significant racial segregation and discrimination. Recognizing this day helped children understand the broader context of the civil rights movement and the ongoing struggle for equality. Overall, Ruby Bridges' Walk to School is a significant event that embodies themes of bravery, justice, and the ongoing fight for equality. Recognizing this day can inspire future generations to continue advocating for a more just and inclusive world. Thank you.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. I think I'll have you guys do my presentation next year.
Well, merci beaucoup. Okay. So- There's one more. Okay. Okay, there was one more. Here we go.
Ruby Ridge's Walk to School Day is important for students of color and
Your name and school you went to.
my name is Harper and I go to James Monroe Elementary School.
So Harper, when
Sixth
somebody
grade.
gives you applause when you're in the middle of saying something, you can always just interrupt the applause and keep going. But people were just loving on you because it was awesome and super brave that you got up here and talked about Ruby Bridges Day for you. So if you have more to say and you want to keep going, adelante. No, you're good? Okay, that was so good. Thank you. Thank you.
You're sure?
Yep.
Okay, all right. He's like, don't call me.
Could you students let us know what you guys are celebrating, when and where tomorrow? Or Principal Anderson, is there something specific your school's doing?
We don't have the great artwork that Hidden Valley does, but we are doing our walk to school day and walk and roll to school. And our school always is very enthusiastic about those days. In addition, we have certain different classrooms. We'll be just providing lessons and putting it in the context of history.
Thank you guys very much and have a great day of celebration tomorrow.
I just have to say that at that age, I would never, come to school board meetings. So that takes a lot of courage. Thank you. Yes, thank you both.
Absolutely.
So do we have any board comments or questions?
So I really appreciate students, especially students of color, right? Especially Black students talking about how important this day is for them. And one of the things that I didn't hear necessarily was like talking about what it means to be an anti-racist institution and what it means for Ruby Bridges to have taken those first steps to fight against racism, right? So like diversity is just that, it's just variety, but there's no justice in diversity, right? So when we talk about anti-racism and when we talk about equity, that's when we talk about diversity plus justice together, right? And so I just think that it's a beautiful example. Thank you, Principal Anderson, for being here and for so many other folks from the schools to talk about how critical it is for our kids to really learn, right? That it's okay to talk about racism, that it's an important piece of our history as American students to understand that that is the foundations of our educational systems. And that is the challenge before all of us as educators, as decision makers, as parents, as community members, to continue making sure that we take up our little piece of sand, right? To fight racism and to recognize that it's still alive and well in so many of our systems and that we're going to have to get much louder and much more united as a community to talk about how critical it is for us to stand with people who for generations have been treated poorly because of the color of their skin and not treated with love and respect. And so I just am so grateful to see folks coming out tonight to celebrate and lift up what it means to truly be celebrating a little girl who had a ton of bravery, and her parents and her, family who made this decision to put her in a very risky and dangerous, situation, and that she stood up and she took those steps into a bunch of really scary white people who hated her just because she was a little girl going to school with their children. And so I think it's just, I really want to lean into like the ugliness of racism and how important it is for us to talk about how ugly it is and how amazing it was for a child to stand up in the face of that ugliness, right? And how critical and beautiful it is that our children today are continuing to take those really beautiful and powerful steps, step up to racism, right? To eradicate racism and to say that it has no place in our schools. So adelante, Ruby Bridges Day tomorrow, yay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Yes.
Hi, Tina.
Hi.
Thanks again for coming. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And thanks to the students who came and represented our school community. I do want to thank you, Tina, for bringing up the importance of acknowledging diversity and equity and inclusion in this celebration that we do. We heard from the students. We heard about the need, the importance for everyone to remember that a 6-year-old girl courageously paved the way for civil rights in the American South. And that's the important lesson for everyone to remember tomorrow. And that by commemorating this day, the Walk and Roll School Day is a way for students to learn, yes, and reflect on the progress we made. And as Trustee De La Cruz pointed out, the ugliness. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in our next agenda item, our strategic priorities. But so that we know that there's still work to do, there's so much more ahead of us. And I think that we can roll this into a day to celebrate, but also a day to reflect on the ugliness and the ugliness that in some parts of this country, some parts of this community hasn't changed. Thank you. Oh, I did have a question. I did have a question. How many more schools are participating this year than last year?
This year has been about the same as last year. We doubled from the year before.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're still pretty
we need to do better.
about the same. We
can
can
do
do better. We absolutely can. And I definitely would like to hear stories from my schools about how they are acknowledging Ruby Bridges, teaching about anti-racism, teaching about equity, diversity. I really would like to see that and hear that from our participating schools. We are encouraging them to do it. I just need to, get those stories from the schools to make sure that's happening and help them and support them in doing it even more next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Do we have any public comments for this?
There's no public comments.
Action item? Okay, this comes back to the board for a further discussion or a motion.
I move to approve the resolution recognizing November 14, 2024 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second?
Moved by Trustee Manieri, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Zuniga.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next, we have a discussion item, restorative framework. Pull this up. The Board of Education will review and consider the acceptance of the final board strategic priorities, engage, empower, and embrace. Speaker, the person presenting this particular line item is Dr. Bay Jones, facilitator and CEO and founder, Beyond Equity in Education LLC. along with Dr. Daisy Morales.
So while she gets settled in, I'll start it off. Before I was hired, Dr. Jones was hired to do this work with the board and to update the priorities. So you're aware of what the request was made of her when the board approved her contract and started the work with Superintendent Turnell. So I've been working with Dr. Jones as she has been meeting individually with board members around where we want to go with the work in terms of priorities and how to streamline it. One of the things that I've learned recently in the last week or so, or maybe more, because I think it was President Howell who'd let me know that the 3 words of embrace, engage, empower were never officially approved by the board as our values. And so that might be part of the discussion that you have today, is if that's, incorporation of that into our mission and our vision. So I just wanted to put it out there because it's something I've learned since I started. Welcome, Dr. Jones, and thank you for your work. I turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening. We're getting the technology pieces fixed.
So go ahead and accept, join as a panelist. And then once you're in, I'll share your screen. This one here, yeah. Share. And then just find your presentation in one of your tabs. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Okay, perfect. Make it a slideshow.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, superintendent, Santa Rosa City Schools students, families, and staff. This evening, I'm presenting the proposed strategic priorities for the next 5 years. So these are good for 5 years. That's a snazzy shirt that we could entertain the idea of. Okay, so wow, I just kind of want to take in the presentation that preceded me, because I think that when we actualize the strategic priorities, that's the result and that's the measure. So this slide provides an overview for where we came from and when we started this process. So originally we had 7 strategic priorities: life-ready learner, whole person focus, high quality staff, teaching and learning environment and resources, equity and excellence, family engagement and community partnerships, and sustainable funding. We asked questions of you, which ones resonated for you, which ones were relevant 5 years later. And we also asked these same questions of our students, which ones resonated for you and which ones felt relevant. By asking these questions, we determined it was vital to hear from the broader community. So in doing that, this led us to ask questions and to receive back over 500 responses from our survey. Those survey respondents were staff, were families, were students, were district leaders, and were also community members. We worked on these and working sessions, individual one-on-one meetings, and it was a process. And the deep analysis of the results of the survey of the 500 folks who took their time to respond was what helped to inform the next slide. So we drafted the 3 strategic priorities. So we went from 7 to 3. And I'm sorry, it's kind of bothering me, the noise in the back. If we can just kind of be a little quieter. Thank you. Um, Thanks. The reduction was a response to what we heard really from the feedback, that we wanted to have language that was accessible and simple to remember. So it wasn't the language as much as the actions that we were thinking about. So the 3 E's was the result. And these again would be for the next 5 years. So embrace, empower, and engage. When we talk about embracing, what are we embracing, right? We're embracing success. And who are we engaging? We are engaging all of our students. And who are we empowering, and to do what? What are we hoping to have them do? We're hoping to empower our students to be advocates. So again, we wanted to come up with a description. We wanted to provide an objective, but we also wanted to suggest some actions, which would be measurable, adjustable, and living. We wanted to remain mindful of these objectives as we work to envision these tied to actions that express what we heard back from the community survey, from staff, and from you, while always centering our students in our reflection. So this visual is just to really make sure that we are always thinking about the partnership and the connection, but always having those connections centering our students. This led us to ensure that actions were associated with the strategic priorities. So we have a simple objective. It includes actions which are centering the students, and then we need to still talk about measures. So the next step would be talking about measures. To truly embrace success, we must see collaboration encouraged at every level so that our programs and services are not only supportive, but also authentic and practical for the needs of every student in our community. This priority is nurtured with an emphasis on shared responsibility and collective commitment to what it means when we say we wish to embrace success for all students. To bring this vision to life, we had to identify specific objectives and actions, which we aim to observe and actually see cultivated throughout our school. When we talk about engaging all students, we're envisioning a school environment that promotes a culture of support that prioritizes active participation and connection across the entire school campus. Engaging means creating a culture where students feel valued, seen, and heard, and where their voices actively contribute to shaping an inclusive and collaborative school culture. This engagement is about more than academics. It's about establishing meaningful homeschool connections, building strong and inclusive cultures of support. So this looks like aligning processes and practices in ways that are smooth for students, made accessible and attainable for our staff, and are relatable to real-world situations, and thus giving students opportunities to apply their learning beyond the school walls. Our objective is to see students who are engaged to their wider community, building partnerships and open communication channels that enhance collaboration and a sense of purpose. This focus on engagement will be made visible in practical and transparent ways that are useful for students and measurable and attainable for our staff. Moving to our third priority, empower. We are dedicated to empowering students to be advocates for themselves and for their Santa Rosa City School community. Empowerment involves equipping every student with the tools, resources, and the opportunities to influence and support a safe, innovative, and inclusive environment. We want to observe inspired students who take ownership of their learning, understand the importance of advocacy, and see themselves as active contributors to their community. Through promoting civic engagement, we empower our students to imagine and shape their future. Evidence of empowerment will be visible in students' ownership of their educational journeys, in their active civic participation, and in a school culture where every voice is valued as we work together to create policies and practices that reflect these priorities. So we have the strategic priorities: embrace, engage, empower. We know from the previous presentation, we want to make sure that everyone in our community knows these, right? Is able to echo those names. Is the crosswalk, the cross guard, what does it mean, right? We have priorities. What do those priorities then mean to that cross guard, right? What does that look like? What would be observable and measurable? And those pieces can't take place as a board. We have to go into our schools, and that is part of the action plan. So the next steps are to determine who should be our leads at our schools, to arrange calendars for implementation and timelines, and to discuss what is the process. What would be the practices and the behaviors, the mannerisms? What are we looking for? What are we hoping to see? We want this to be living and breathing and real, not just words on a page or on a shirt. We want to firm up the accountability metrics so that we really keep our students centered, and so that we are certain that all of our students have value, feel seen, and understood. So thank you. We're seeking approval to accept these as our strategic priorities for the next 5 years. Thoughts and questions?
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
You're welcome.
This is a action item. So, board, are there any questions from our board members?
I have a question.
Questions, De La Torre? Okay, so I have De La Torre, McNally for now. Trustee De La Torre? Or questions? No questions?
Yes,
Thoughts? Any other questions? Oh, you can. It's a discussion.
Um,
Come on, let's.
Okay, I have a question, so should
All
I go
right,
first?
questions first. Go ahead, McNally.
Um, it is entirely my fault that I did not respond to you on time. Is it possible at this point to make a minor change with approving this to the verbiage? Is that possible? Okay, then I want to propose in the line under empower, it says empower all students to be advocates for the SRCS community. I want to propose empower all students to be advocates for themselves and their communities, plural.
Must be a teacher.
Are you on this slide deck?
On the strategic priorities, final 3 E's.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Trustee La Torre.
It's a thought.
Go ahead.
Bay, thank you. Thank you for your heart, for your time, for your commitment. to see these three words and to know the importance of this board and the decisions to be made at this board to embrace this ideology, to use that embracement to engage with our community and usher in the importance of this work at this time moving forward, how precious that is, and to empower our students with the strength and confidence to walk in unison in this work. So to see these words and for that to touch my heart in a way to relay to you of how important it is and how appreciated it is really important for you to hear. Because hard work can be extremely draining and exhausting, and we take, and want all this beautifulness poured out of you. But it's very important that your cup is filled as well of truly understanding how important this work is and how much this work is needed now and will continue to be needed through the future. I hope nothing more than for a time down the road that this isn't as important as it is, because it's just the way we do things. That we no longer have to ask for things to be done this way. We no longer have to plead for humanity to be humane and to love. So thank you. It is embraced and we will engage. And I cannot wait for our students to be empowered with the love to move forward.
Thank you, Trustee LaTorre. Trustee De La Cruz?
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Thank you. This is so beautiful, Dr. Jones. I know we had a great conversation about like, how do we actually put this into practice, right? What does it look like to measure and to hold ourselves accountable? How do we have this be ultimately a conversation much in line with what Trustee De La Torre was saying, which is to hold us accountable, to make sure that every time we do something, that we're really reflecting our action in these statements and these values. So I just wanted to ask a question. I think it's probably more for Dr. Morales. What is the process that we're going to undertake as a system to break these down into actionable items? And then how are we going to measure our progress over time?
So one of the things that I'm really grateful for is that we extended Dr. Jones' contract through June, and she's actually already met with Dr. Barcelli, who does all of our data collection. So she's going to help us build the measuring structures that we could envision together what this could look like. So that's the next step of the work, and she has said she's going to stay with us. So we're going to build those measures out so we have an actionable SMART goals around all of these actions.
Yay. The other thing that I just wanted to lift up is that there's so much that is happening already inside of our systems that fits into this.
Yes.
And so, I also want us to all know, like, we're not starting from scratch,
Nope.
right? And we're not asking people to start all the way over from the beginning. What we're asking people to do is to really lift up, right, those things that are already working well in so many of our systems, like the example with the Kid Street Charter, right? What is happening inside of that school to have, 5 times as many Black kids as there is in any other place in this entire county in that one little school, right? That's a beautiful example of, kids being embraced, families being engaged. And so how do we kind of take that and reflect that in, this is an opportunity for active learning that connects the student and real world experience, right? So
Exactly.
okay, so we are going to also like
Yes.
start
And,
by
and we also, this
looking-
will really help us align everything we do, right? How are we bringing kids in, families in? How are they being engaged in the classroom? Because through that engagement in the classroom and that content knowledge that they learn, they're going to be empowered to do the things that we're striving for them to do. So it's going to align with everything in terms of academic, social, emotional, mental health, behavior. It's going to allow us to really everything, all the great things that we're doing, we're going to be able to put it into a frame that shows exactly what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Okay, cool. I'm really excited to see that dashboard, to see kind of like where we're going over time. And then my last question is for Trustee McNally, and I would just love for you to explain kind of the thinking behind your recommendations, which I loved, but I had my own kind of thoughts about them, but I would love to hear yours.
Well, as far as including themselves, I mean, even Dr. Jones had used the word themselves when she was speaking. It was just left out in the verbiage of the final draft. I don't know how to, I feel like that's self-explanatory. We want students to advocate for themselves. And as far as changing the SRCS community to just communities, plural, SRCS is just one of many communities that our students are a part of now, and we want what they take from our schools to extend out in their lives now and to extend forward after they leave our schools. Every person has multiple communities that they're a part of, and we want them to be an advocate in all of those contexts.
Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Sheffield.
No questions. Just I do have a lot to say though, and I first of all I just want to say, Dr. Bade, it's been a pleasure working with you, and for the public to know that this process went back to last spring, and that we've had one-on-ones with board members. We've had sort of a feedback loop, and Dr. B, she's been wonderful throughout the process, accepting the feedback. And I think it's also important for the public to know that the purpose of us reexamining our strategic priorities is to ground ourselves, the board members and the entire school community in the core values of public education. I'm going to talk a little about public education. Again, my days are numbered here, and I'm speaking to in the remaining days, hours that I have left as a trustee. I'm speaking to the entire school community, those trustees that are coming on board, to know what has been the, I want to say that kind of the essence of this existing board has been equity, and there's a reason for that. And that it is very intentional that the language that we use and what is riddled throughout the actions in our priorities, embracing, empowering, engaging every fullest potential, acceptance, equitable, all inclusive, diversity, individuality, each, empower, supportive, the 3 E's, and it's all leading back to what our role is as trustees, to ensure that school districts are responsive to the values and the beliefs and the priorities of our school community. Boards fulfill this role by performing major responsibilities, setting direction. This is all in the blueprint, the user's guide to being a school board trustee. We set direction. We establish an effective and efficient structure. We provide support. We ensure accountability. And we provide community leadership by advocating for children, for all children, the school district and public schools. So now I wanted to go back to equity and why I also appreciated having the previous presentation come and hearing from some of our students, and go back to Kid Street as well, and the students that they serve, is that you can't look at public education since its true inception without looking at equity, because it's rolled into it. And this goes back, long ago for some, to 1965. And Bay, we talked a little bit about the war on poverty and elementary and ESEA, Elementary Secondary Education Act, 1965, and why it was rolled into the war on poverty is that policymakers at the time, they deemed it essential to ensuring that all students, that regardless of their backgrounds or their circumstances, have access to the resources and opportunity they need to succeed. And this is why we have school boards for public education. It's to ensure that we keep this. And it's important for us to have this discussion tonight because we're hearing talk at the federal level of dismantling our education system in this country. And then what we need to do, those in the education community need to do to dig in our heels and resist that, because this has happened before. Okay, not just with ESEA, but attempts to disband these war on poverty initiatives that we forgot. We forgot that history lesson. We forgot the reason why we had it, why it was important to continue to prioritize equity in education, why it's important to lift up all of society, to give everybody a chance, because nobody starts at the same spot, right? And so as we developed this, and as I was part of developing the previous priorities with different faces on the board, the input from my colleagues has always been on, preserving that equity piece. And I think that's because all of us are civically minded. All of us have the luxury of time that allows us to do this really important work. And I just wanted to say this to the community, because to some, the term equity has been considered a bad word, right? And when you add a D, and an I, a diversity and an inclusion to that, then it turns a lot of people off. And that, again, we need to dig in, and maybe we need to be inclusive ourselves to hear different perspectives, but we can't lose that equity piece. We can't lose the whole reason why we have public education. Why is it's so much deeper than just delivering education. It's setting society up to be successful, to thrive, to continue to exist, to weather storms, to weather ups and downs. And we can't do that if we're not giving our students the tools, the skills that they need when they leave us. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for being a part of this work, for bringing us in. Thank you for your expertise, for your insight, your brilliance, and getting us into this round of process. So I'll stop there.
For our students. It's for our students. And we love our students. There's no doubt about it. We love our students. We need to love on all of our students and then themselves, making sure that in our children's eyes, they see the role models that we want them to be in the future, that they care about one another, that they have the bravery to be teachers. Honestly, the hardest job that I've ever done, and the second to being a parent. And learning isn't scary. It's not indoctrination. Learning is love. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Jones, members of the board. Do we have any blue cards for this line item?
There are no blue cards.
Okay, so I just want to, this goes back to the board for a motion or further discussion, but I'd like to, before there's a motion, I'd just like to say that the beauty of simplicity, right? The three E's: embrace, empower, engage all our students, right? So it's simple yet elegant and beautiful. And it's something that, when you ask students, they'll be able to say this and, and instead of these different priorities that we had before, right? Although important, I think this will hit home and it's something that we can embrace ourselves. I just want to reiterate what Trustee De La Cruz mentioned, that we do need those matrices, right, to make sure that we are measuring how these goals are being, or these strategic priorities are being met, right, with our ongoing fight for equity here in the North Bay. Do I have any other comments or a motion?
Motion to approve?
Moved by Trustee De La Torre.
Second. And I'll just say that my first board meeting ever in 2019 was, I think, one of our first sessions in strategic planning. And it's so cool to have this kind of cap off my time on the board, because it feels like we've grown so much in the way that we can express ourselves and the love that we have for our community and for our kids. And thank you, Dr. Jones, for helping us do that in such a beautiful way. So I second.
Seconded and motion seconded by Trustee De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Zuniga,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz,
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield,
Aye.
Trustee McNally,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Thank you so much, Dr. Jones. Have a good day. Next, we have.
Let's get that shirt designed by the students. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have item F4. This is a discussion item. The Board of Education will receive information regarding the development of a restorative framework for restorative services in Santa Rosa City Schools. Presenting this line item, we have Dr. Daisy Morales, Superintendent of Santa Rosa City Schools, Stacy Desideri, Executive Director of the Wellness and Engagement Center, Gustavo Mendoza, Coordinator of Wellness and Engagement and Restorative Responses Specialist, Working Group from Santa Rosa City Schools. Ooh, that was a mouthful.
So I'll start us off and just kind of paint the picture of the work that is being presented to you. So one of the things that I received early on from the board was, and I believe it was Trustee De La Cruz, in terms of what are we doing? What does our program for restorative practices look like in our campuses? And we needed to come together to be able to do that work. And we put together a smaller working group, because it's really hard to work with like 26 different people. So we had strategically asked some of our veteran restorative specialists to come and join us in helping us build and draft what we want our framework to look like. So this isn't a finished product, but we didn't want to keep putting off showing you the work that we've done. So this is very much a work in progress. So we look forward to hearing your feedback and your input as we look to put together a framework that we also will be building measurements in order to be able to measure the work that we're doing. And with that, I will turn it over to Stacy and the team. Thank you for being here. I know it's late, and they will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Flores and members of the board and the Santa Rosa community. We really appreciate your welcome for us to come here tonight to talk about some of the work that we've been doing strategically. And I'm going to allow everyone to introduce themselves. Some of the members of our working group were unable to join us here tonight for a variety of reasons, but I am Stacy Desideri, Executive Director of Wellness and Engagement.
Good evening. I am Gina King-Rupel, restorative at Luther Burbank.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mercedes Vasquez, and I am a restorative specialist at CCLA.
Good evening. My name is Portia Rodriguez, and I'm the restorative at Santa Rosa French American Charter School.
And I am going to hit share my screen. So
Also, Stacy, Brittany's online.
yes, Brittany, can you also jump in and introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Brittany Doucette, and I'm the restorative specialist at Comstock Middle School.
Thank you. And pardon me for 1 minute. That is not what I wanted to do. Yeah. There we go. So, although it is very late and I appreciate this time, I actually am feeling very grateful to have come at this point in the agenda because the previous speaker and the action items of being able to hear the thought that went into the choosing of the strategic embrace, engage, and empower as our new strategic priorities really resonates, and you're going to hear a lot of commonality in what we are presenting here tonight. Because what I was reflecting on as Dr. Jones was speaking, she asked that question, what does embrace, engage, empower mean to each of us? How do we keep that a living and breathing and real commitment for ourselves, not only as a district, but Trustee McNally, across our greater communities? Well, we're here today to talk to you about the framework of restorative skills and practices. So one of the things that we really do see is that when we talk about restorative as a community, this is in perfect alignment with the strategic priorities, with the community school pillars, and with Santa Rosa's own mission and vision. And what we recognize is that same challenge that comes when we always think about restoration is how do we do this with continuity, with consistency across our district? Because when we think about this, it is an integrated student support. And what we're here to talk to you tonight is about our work now to develop a restorative framework. Our pathway with restoration started in Santa Rosa City Schools actually 10 years ago, back in 2014. And over the 10 years that we have been doing this, our work with restoration has really grown, evolved, changed. When we began, we had 10 different restoratives that were serving all of the schools. Now each school has their own. But with that growth, and some of that growth moved very, very quickly, we had a little bit of mission creep. We had a little bit of change and evolution. And it's time, it's the perfect time for us to come back and really finalize and firm up what do we mean when we say that Santa Rosa City Schools is a restorative community. So we decided as a group that we were going to build a restorative framework. So why build a framework? A framework helps give us some clear direction and purpose. It helps us create a system for implementation, and it helps us address this question of how are we being accountable? How are we assessing the effectiveness of this program? It helps us manage our resources and look for consistency. And it will give us the way to bring our work into a sustainable focus.
Thank you. So I'm just going to first talk about the Tier 1 practices and the Tier 2 practices. So Tier 1 practices, we focus on the content, the skills, and the components of restorative. We will be practicing with all students and staff at all our sites. Looking at the restorative practices continuum, restorative practices is 80% proactive. And here's where we continue to practice classroom circles, community building circles, informal check-ins, with all of our communities or in classrooms and participants at our sites. For Tier 2 practices, we focus on the 20% responsive of the restorative continuum. Here we build on the Tier 1 skills and objectives, working with our students that have SSTs, repairing harm, conflict resolution, and potentially with suspension diversions. And just as a side note, we don't have tier 3 practices up there, but we are focusing on our framework today for tier 1 and tier 2. But some of our sites do practice with the tier 3, like formal conferencing. So this, I would like to just preface with the slides that will be coming with this is in the following slides, we'll be reviewing some of the content and the learning objectives and breaking it down by grade level, such as elementary, middle, and high school, and their frameworks. You do see the assessment piece, and that is the piece that we're also planning, but also still working on. So it's not really concrete, but it's something that we're continuing to talk about.
The next couple of slides are our proposed restorative practices mission and vision statement. In the words of Todd Harper, previously of Restorative Resources, it is not uncommon for people to intellectually accept that we're all connected. In order for this truth to really come alive, it must be reflected in people's actual interactions with each other. One of the ways we do this is through continual community building with all staff and students on campus. In addition, we work to acknowledge our shortcomings, both youth and adults. However, without minimizing the harm that can result, we do not want to allow these shortcomings to define us as people. Next. We can respectfully challenge each other to reflect on ourselves and the negative effects of our behaviors by providing a non-judgmental space to critically think about alternative ways to meet our own needs, as well as others and the broader communities. At the tier 2 level, this process also includes the voice and needs of those who have been harmed and helps youth to understand that they are an integral and valued part of a larger community. And as such, they have responsibilities as a member and the power to have an impact on it. It supports creating an environment in which not only can relationships thrive, but academics can as well.
It's important to recognize that when we talk about Santa Rosa City Schools being a restorative community, that restorative practices is not a program. It is not an individual who has been hired at a school site who has the title of restorative response specialist. That restorative practices are embedded in our climate and our culture. It is everywhere from our classrooms to our quads, to our sports fields, to our offices, to our downtown offices, to the board meetings themselves. This is not a single person providing a service.
So at this time, we're very fortunate to have on-site specialists at each location, and our secondary schools actually have 2 specialists at this moment to continue to support and engage our school communities in building their relational and restorative practices. As we just heard in the last presentation, it very much aligns with who we are and what we've already been doing here within Santa Rosa City Schools for the last 11 years.
So our goal in creating this framework is to take the work that we have been doing and actually create a handbook, which was shared as part of this process, as part of this presentation. This handbook is not yet complete. As you can see, there are a lot of parts of it that are under construction, but that in our work, we would like to, as the restorative specialist team, set 3 goals for our district. Our first goal is to build sustainable restorative infrastructure. This is not just the staffing, as we shared. This is ensuring that we have trained facilitators, that we have implementation metrics that we are continually looking at and using to measure our systems, and that we measure and document policy changes to ensure that when we write policy and when we implement systems, that they are restorative, not only in language, but in intent and impact. Our second goal is to look at reduction of disciplinary disparities through equitable practices. This will be monitored through disaggregated discipline data, which we are already bringing to you annually as our, it's generally in March, April, May, we do a big presentation for you. This also looks at increasing our restorative conferencing, which is that tier 3 implementation, and monitoring our disciplinary disparities and perception of fairness and equity through student, staff, and family culture and climate surveys that are administered annually. Our third goal is to foster a positive school climate and culture. And again, we will be looking not only at those climate and culture surveys, the panorama survey that's done twice a year and the youth truth that's done every year, but we would also like to look at that attendance data that helps us measure our community engagement and the student success index that is being developed in our Aries analytics. It's part of that dashboard that was referenced earlier. So we want to talk in this section a little bit about how to read the framework and how we are building it. It's important to note that our framework is going to be foundationally built on the CASEL SEL competencies, CASEL meaning the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. SEL competencies, you'll see them woven through the work that we're about to explain. Restoratives, take it away.
All right, great, thank you. This slide just gives us a little bit of an example of some of the practices that we currently are doing. And we want to let you know that I'm really personally excited about this opportunity to build the scope and sequence, to build from TK all the way up through grade 12 on our proactive pieces. We do this in collaboration with our other support staff team members, such as our counselors and our school-based therapists. So we do work very tirelessly and hard in scaffolding what they already are bringing and to be a support in that. So T1 is primarily skill building for creating relationships. Tier 2 is practicing skills for building relationships. And T3 is for repairing and healing those relationships. And so, go ahead.
So on the screen, you'll see some of the essential concepts that we believe that the TK through third grade will develop, and which is essentially building healthy relational skill sets. And as they grow, it's going to build and build and build. And essentially in elementary, we're prioritizing self-awareness and self-management. And then that's the scope and sequence, and it'll build upon that as they get into middle school.
And to add, even for the 4-6 group, it's skill building with themselves and with others. And that was something I just heard in what you were just speaking with knowing thyself, so that we can know our community and we can continue to grow and be a part of a healthy community as a whole. Brittany.
Moving on to the middle school, again, we do work in all of the different competencies, definitely on social awareness and relationship skills, and looking at their, continuing their inner work, but looking at how they fit into the greater whole as well, and how we have an effect on others and an impact on others. And again, what we are working on in middle school will help inform the deeper work that they'll do as they move into high school.
And then speaking of the high school level, we really are focusing on trying to uplift the power of each of our students, giving them voice and choice. And resiliency is something that I know a lot of us have just started to hear a little bit about, but it's something I've been working with on some of our secondary levels and some of our others in our high schools. It's a huge asset to prepare for life and to help build our healthy citizens in the future. As we know, we are heading in some times, we're going to have to really know what resiliency is and how to show up in those ways and to be there and present for all of our youth. So that leads us to the next slide as to where This actually affects the practices for our staff and adults in our communities, and our leaders and all staff and parents. We hope to continue to support a model practice coach, restorative practices of effective language, holding safe spaces, and seeing the value of all humans and who they are and their relationships with each other and their community as a whole. And that we wholeheartedly see that unity is community, and that's something that we all belong to each other. And this is something that we wholeheartedly, that everyone has value. And we need to be able to share that and see that within our institutions.
Our goal will be to continue to work on this scope and sequence so that we are able to say that by the end of third grade, all students will be exposed to and worked through certain essential concepts. Between 4th through 6th, they will be learning other concepts and so on. And so over these next few weeks, we will be looking at finalizing those essential concepts by aligning them with the CASTLE framework and the practices across that scope and sequence. And then working to identify what assessment metrics can be tied to this. What existing metrics can we use to mine the effectiveness, and what unique metrics do we need to design in order to truly measure the effectiveness of these programs. We'll be sharing this framework not only with the site leadership so that they can pick up and help us maintain and support this work, but also with all of the staff, because again, this is not a program that we do. This is something that we as an entire community do. And then we will continually collect and use data annually for program development. And because we know how much our board loves data, I did want to acknowledge a little bit of data that we can share with you. The data that I'm going to share is this year to date. Obviously, this is not complete data, but this is what have we been sharing so far this year. So this first slide is the Tier 2, only the Tier 2 interventions that have been offered to individual students across the entire Santa Rosa City School District. There have been 783 individual Tier 2 interventions offered to students across all of our campuses. That includes behavior agreements and restorative reentry meetings. This is a compilation of all of the school sites, but as shared by our specialists here, tiered 2 interventions and the individual interventions, that's not all that we do. This is a second way to take a look at the Tier 2 interventions that we have been offering so far this year. And as you can see, very similar to the data that we shared in last year's annual presentation, we see that the lion's share of the restorative work that is going into place is trying to target and support our middle school students. We have been seeing over the last few years that this is an area of high need for our district. And so this is the area where we do tend to have a bit more of the responsive interventions that are in place. Now, that is not to in any way take away from the Tier 1 and the group interventions that we offer. When we talk about group activities, and I'm going to throw it to the rest of the team to give us some examples, these might be Tier 1 community building activities. This might be working with staff. This might be presenting at a staff meeting or doing a training. And so if I could ask if you would each, all 4 of you, be willing to talk about at least one group activity that your school has done this year?
Every Monday morning at French American, I work with several teachers, and we do pep rallies for the Safety Ambassador program, which is held in my room. And we go over a lot of things that, the students should be empowering the other students at the school and keeping their campuses safe. So that is one thing that I do weekly with some other of the teachers.
I just want to recognize that I'm not the only restorative at my site. We have two, so it's not. But one of the things that we've implemented at CCLA is we are coaching, practicing, and modeling 3 circles with each teacher. And so we're actively doing 3 classroom circles with, in essence, not every class, because in 7th and 8th grade, there are multiple classes, but with every teacher, so that way we can create the fidelity among our campus.
And then something that we're doing at Luther Burbank as a school daily is I hold positive peer connection groups, which is a tier 1 type of situation where students are allowed to come into my room, whether it be during lunch or brunch, and that helps them build on their friendships and their friendship skills and gives them free rein just to be who they are. And I do that a couple times a week so that I have an open space, safe space for them to just show up and to I have activities and fidgets, but we also sit in circle. We learned how to, the utmost respect, how to listen to each other and how to see each other. So something we do on at least twice a week.
At Comstock, in addition to being one of the founders and people who lead our Gender and Sexuality Alliance, which we do twice a week. I also help implement some school-wide things like the student-led justice. And what my students in particular have asked for over the years is I tend to meet them either just throughout the campus or through providing tier 2 services, and they ask for continued check-ins. So we create small groups where we do weekly circles together and just check in and about whatever supports they need during the week and throughout. And that seems to really help them to make better choices and to have better relations with their peers and with the staff and their teachers. So that's something I do multiple times a week.
As you can see, each one of these is not a responsive action. This is not in response to harm that exists within the community. These are some of the proactive ways that restorative practices can be found in our schools. But obviously, by looking at some of this data, you can see that there is some diversity in how these programs are being implemented, which programs might be available at one school as opposed to another. We are not, through this framework, trying to create a lockstep prescription for what restorative should look like at each campus. What we are presenting here is the idea that when we talk about tier 1 services, this is the service that every student at every school will have the opportunity to experience. And when we're talking about the tier 2 services, not every student might participate in this, but every school will have an opportunity for these types of services. And then the tier 3, that will be for the smallest number of students. But this way we can say that there is some consistency, and that is our goal. So you will recognize that within each of these pieces of data, there are obviously some outliers. We have to understand that in some situations, we do have staffing gaps where a school may have 2 restorative specialists as opposed to 1. They may be in the process of hiring or in the process of searching for somebody. And that will always be, something that we wrestle with. That's just the reality of staffing at schools. But our goal is, through the development of this framework, to reach a higher fidelity in when we say we embrace, we engage, and we empower restoration within our community, that we have an easy way to say, what does that look like?
So this is one of my favorite quotes. Safety is not the absence of threat. It is the presence of connection. one of our mottos that we developed many years ago is that connection before content or connection before correction. And so we believe that it is our job to help our students learn and to also, as we all know, to have one safe, consistent adult on campus that completely accepts them, sometimes saves lives in many ways.
Thank you. And we're here to answer questions if needed.
Wow, thank you for that very thorough presentation. Board, do we have any board questions? Questions for the board? De La Torre?
Thank you so very much for this work. It's something that we've asked for time and time again is restorative must be community driven. Like you said, it's not a program, it's not a class. And we've lacked training. We lack training for all of our staff, not just restorative treasures. We've lacked any framework or structure for a program that needs to serve students that are looking for those boundaries and where they fit in. And for us to not offer that structure has been a real struggle. And it's honestly been the wild, wild west. Some school, everybody's doing something different. And if it's working at one school, it does not necessarily mean it's going to work at another. But if you guys put all this work into at least providing the framework, it's a starting point. This is what's important. This is what we want to go after. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for putting this together. I just really look forward to seeing how we can start tracking this and tracking our successes and model ourselves for other districts and other programs of what good, true restorative work as a community-driven aspect can actually accomplish.
Trustee Maneri.
Yeah, thank you. This was great. As Trustee De La Torre said, I feel like this is the presentation we've been wanting for such a long time. So thank you for putting a lot of work into this. And so I don't think I have a question. I totally understand that we're drafting the framework and that's what we're looking at here. And there's a lot of work to do. And so I think maybe more of a suggestion or something that I would like to see moving forward. Thank you for the data walk. I want to see more of that data walk. And I know right now we're looking at numbers as kind of how we're measuring impact maybe at the moment, but I'd love to see how else we can measure impact. And it doesn't always have to be quantitative data, right? Like I would love to hear, I love to hear that you're running circles with teachers at CCLA. That's amazing. And I would love to hear from teachers, like how is this impacting them? How do they feel, more confident maybe in dealing with situations? Like I really want to hear more of that in the future as we develop this framework and also see the impacts of having a framework in place.
Thank you. Trustee Zuniga, sorry.
Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you. So we had two restoratives at Santa Rosa High School. We had Johnny, and we have Taylor. But Johnny left Santa Rosa High School. And he told me that he left because he was confused and afraid on the way that they were measuring the actual impact of restorative practices as a district, how we were measuring them. And he said that, like Stephanie said, a lot of what they were being asked to measure was quantitative, and it wasn't necessarily quantitative. And I know that I've spoken at meetings and I've shared my experience with restorative specialists, but also their practices. But I know that I'm not the only one involved, and so I think it'd be really beneficial to understand like the practices that you do with the teachers, but also with the students. So if the students want to come in and actually explain the impact that restorative practices has had on relationships with other students or like their lives as a whole, I think that would be amazing. But also, I know Johnny and Taylor both served like different roles in communities prior to being restorative specialists. Johnny was a coach before he even, so he had like background with students, and then Taylor served in another organization in Windsor with students. So how are we like hiring based on background of restorative specialists, and like who is applying? This is my question.
Thank you.
So when we are looking for our restorative specialists, it's very difficult when you consider hiring. If you're looking for a math teacher, there is already pre-scripted certifications that somebody would need to get in order to be a math teacher. One of the biggest challenges when looking to hire a restorative is that there's not a lot of opportunity out there to become a restorative specialist by education. And so when we look at hiring, of course, we have CSEA designated job descriptions and what are our desired qualifications. But what we're looking for is people with the right mindset to be restorative. And then we provide the training, not we personally, but we have a set of trainings that we provide for restorative specialists that include not only training by other organizations like Restorative Resources, like Behavioral Health Initiative, by Seneca. These are all other programs that also have restorative backgrounds. And then we do job shadowing, where they will partner with a more veteran restorative specialist to do some boots on the ground training as well. It's a combination, but getting a little bit more of a structured process of training, because unfortunately it's not something where you have a vast pool of restorative specialists that are out there.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you again. Any other questions? Yes.
My question is to the restoratives in this space. If you had kind of dream asks for what you feel would make, your program really successful, or that would uplift, the successes that you feel and see, like what do you need? Resources, policy, right? Like full adoption. What does that look like?
Do you want to speak to that, Brittany? I'll speak to it too, but I want to give you a chance since you're on screen.
Thank you. I think for me, just the biggest need is something unfortunately we can't get, which is time. I think particularly at the secondary level, we have 45, 48-minute classes. And so for the teachers to truly be able to participate in part of this process, they have to be willing to give up their prep or to come in after school. And so many of them absolutely are, but they're already strapped for time and they need that time to do their prep work. And so that's just something that I would love to see how we could, work on. That is allowing them the time to be able to be a part of the process even more than they are now, or to make it more accessible. For like if there's a behavior that happens in the classroom, we would love to sit them down with the teacher. And again, so many are willing to give their time to this process, which is amazing. And yeah, it's just it's time. And for me is the hardest thing sometimes, because we want to do it with fidelity and we want to see them, and then we have lots of students that ask to check in with us, and that helps them through their things so that they don't go out and make some poor choices. So it's just finding time balancing is the best thing that we can do. And any suggestions that we have on being able to make that work so that everyone is part of the process, I am absolutely open to hearing more suggestions.
For me, one of the biggest things that I think when we rolled this out many years ago, is I was sat on the some ad hoc committees about policies and how our leaders can walk the talk themselves. And that it's not only about our students, but if the staff, if we can't, and if our leaders can't walk this talk and can't be accountable to our own actions or be aware of our own emotional weather that we bring or don't bring to the table, and how we regulate ourselves and know ourselves from the inside out, how are we going to be able to be that for our youth? And so for me, it's how do we bring that through our systems? We do have a lot of mandatory testing at the beginning of the year. When we hire somebody at any level, how hard would it be to have some sort of questionnaire, some sort of test that they take to see if they're in the right mindset of that growth mindset, whatever that is, that we are trying to develop here in our Santa Rosa City Schools district. And then also in HR, this is a big dream of mine. It's been a dream of mine since day one also. How are we doing this in HR? And how are we treating each other than just a number? And how do we get to make our system itself a little bit more humanistic? And I think that's just why we're all here. So that would be my biggest wish. And then, of course, money, which is always hard because none of us have a budget. So that's just, I'm talking to the greater outer community. If anybody wants to donate, we'll take it. So thank you. We feed our
You
chil-
did
we
say
feed
this
our
was a
youth.
dream.
Yeah.
Exactly, dream,
Well, we
dream.
we feed our youth. The first time often they come in my room and I need to help regulate them. Would you like some water? Do you need something to eat? Like the basic necessities that need to be available for everyone. And I would love for our staff to understand that time in for them, or time out, but I like to call it time in, is just as important. So I'm going back to Kid Street because I learned this at Kid Street. 3 for me, and that's okay. I would like for all staff and students to understand if you need 3 minutes, no problem, or whatever, however much time. So that's a big dream too.
And also, just to add really quickly, I think, when we first came on board, we had the school climate transformation grant. So we were able to provide trainings, and they were all voluntary trainings. And just kind of speaking to, having mandatory trainings, I know there's things that we have to by law go through. But I would love to see, even just a short mandatory training for all of the staff that goes over restorative practices, and so that we all really have a full understanding of what it means. Because even after being a restorative specialist for 10 years, there's still people that don't quite understand what restorative practices truly are. And so I would love to see, if that's even a possibility, some sort of short training for all staff so that we are all on the same page and can be a part of the restorative practices throughout our community.
I think for me, it's adequate spaces. I know a lot of us have different spaces on campuses. Some of us are in offices, some of us have a dedicated room. I have a corner of a room. And I think it's really important because restorative, again, it's not, it's a culture, and you have to build that, and you have to create a space that embodies that. And I think we are, with the lack of funding, and also, luckily I am at a school where PAF, our parent foundation, has blessed me with resources where I can create that restorative feeling that when you walk in the room, it's ease, and the students can already start kind of de-escalating. But I think we all have different spaces, and I think it would be amazing if we could all potentially have a larger room where you can actually fit 20 kids in a circle, because some sites they don't have that.
So I'm going to say that I'm really fortunate at my site. So I don't have a, a need that comes to mind right now, but I can agree with like space and time, because a lot of our students need space and time. I worked with a student, a third grade student today that walked out of class and she was crying and she was frustrated. And I saw her and I walked and asked her if I can sit next to her outside the door. And we regulated, practiced just simple questions. What do you like to eat? And then we kind of got into why she was crying and she was frustrated because she couldn't figure out why 2.5 plus 2.5, and she couldn't figure out the answer. So I think just time with the student, and then we figured out the problem, and she went back in the class. She gave me a hug, and that was it. And snacks, the kids always love. That's like 80% of the proactive things is like they're always asking for something, but it's more than the snack. It's more like opening your arms and having a simple conversation. It's not just about the snack. It's just being welcome and having that sense of belonging in the community.
I think to piggyback off of that, it's the basic needs, like the shelter, right? The space of where they're going into, the food, the time, the caring. It goes down to the basic needs that we're taught in PROACT of the essential needs that these students need. And to piggyback off of your question regarding hiring, I think it's like you have to find people who are in it for the hard work, right? A lot of, and especially in education, we don't come in it for a lot of money. We come in it because we want to impact people. And I think when there's a hiring process, and I believe that is why I got hired, was because they saw my heart and that they saw that I was willing to make an impact in any way I can with whatever resources I can to make things happen, to, come at 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night and advocate for this. That's how you find the people.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for that. I love dreaming with you. Thank you for dreaming about this with us. The other question I had is that I noticed you have like kind of like restorative in the school community, like students to student, and then there's like parent staff. Do you have circles where like a student has experienced harm from a teacher or a staff person, and you kind of facilitate the restoration of that relationship?
Yes, that is absolutely one of the tier 2 approaches that is taken. And sometimes that is student to teacher, depending on what the situation is. There are also times when a restorative will go in and facilitate a conversation with an entire class because there might be a dynamic situation that has grown or a need to kind of shift the way that the class dynamic is. And the goal is always to start with that assisted facilitation and then to do that gradual release so that that kind of continued repair of the relationship becomes owned by the people who were originally in conflict.
And then my last question is, does that also happen between parents and teachers and students? Like, do you have circles with parents as well in the mix?
Not as many, but I would love to bring parents more into this fold, a big time. I know I work really hard with a few of our students have a high need to develop that just relationship with the parents so that they have a place to just kind of unload in a safe place that they can get heard and seen as well. Most of us are part of our tier 2 teams on our sites. And so we are very much a part of whatever our students need. So we're part of the IEPs, we're part of the SSTs, we're part of a resource for those students. And oftentimes the students or the parents might request a restorative to be part of that plan and their wellness plan. So when it comes to the conflict side of things, yes, rarely I have, especially at the secondary level, I've done many. Let's talk about what it's like for you to be in high school now and you're almost an adult. And what does that mean? What agreements can we come up with between you as a parent and you as a student? What do you both need to have peace in your home so that you can have success at school? So yes, I have done that at the secondary level many, many times, not so much now at the elementary level, but yeah.
Thank you.
We also have a continued partnership with Restorative Resources, and both through Restorative Resources and the R.J program that is grant funded with community partnerships. There are opportunities for some of those more complicated circle opportunities, those tier 3 services, to be forwarded and supported by our different programs. Community-based partners, Restorative Resources does some of those.
And then the last thing I'll say is that, I thank you, Stacy, for providing so much more information to the board about the steps. We see the discipline cases, right? That falls within our purview. And so, Stacy's done a beautiful job of really helping us to see the trajectory of a student and how, like, what happened when they got to us. And so I think it's been so helpful for us to really understand the impact that we see restorative having on kids who are caught, right, in a cycle or in a system or in a set of expectations that they and we are working to break out of. And so I just want to say thank you for, really kind of like daylighting for the board the ways in which we see increased attempts at, bringing restorative practices to make sure that we can take kids off of off of that track and into one where they're learning new skills that are going to help them be successful, not only academically, but emotionally and socially, right? So just so full of gratitude. And thank you so much, Dr. Morales, for, really meeting the question with so much beautiful preparation and presentation tonight.
Well, I'm grateful for the team for coming together and really doing this work because it's your labor of love, and I want to really to honor what the work you've done. And so thank you for coming alongside us and helping build this framework and the handbook that we're going to be using, because we want your work to go, viral in terms of how good you guys are at what you do. And we want to be able to have something to share and show and how it could be duplicated in other places. So thank you so much for the extra hours of coming to the working group and making sure and continue with us along this, because we really do want to solidify it and continue to grow it and continue to be able to show the great work that you guys are doing. So kudos to all of you for everything you do every day. So thank you.
Well, and I know that it was said earlier, but I think it's important enough that I want to reiterate. The people that are sitting here tonight, this is not the entire group. This has been I think of it as a cobbler because I'm hungry always. And so this is a group of 24 to 26 individuals that have come together to say, we know that there is some real gold in the work that we're doing that is really benefiting all of our students. How do we put that together in a way that is really able to sustain through both the good times and the hard? And so I just want to acknowledge that it's not just these 3 that are here. There were 5 other people that were on the active working team, but they would go back to the rest of the team. And it was a true collaboration in just the beginnings of what we have to share so far. And we all are firmly planted in finalizing this booklet, this workbook, so that it becomes a part of our practice.
Thank you. This is a discussion item. So do we have any blue cards?
No blue cards.
Thank you. It comes back to the board for any additional comments. I'd like to say a couple of things. That age. There you go. Well, now I can see it, but I can't see you. So, as we build this framework, so thank you. I just want us to be mindful of keeping track of the preventative measures that we're taking versus the intervention measures that we're taking, right? And as we track this data, and by the way, I love the data, right? Keeping track of it as longitudinal sort of analysis to see what sort of changes are happening in the long run, right? So that's the only thing I wanted to say. And thank you for your very, robust presentation. Ouch. Okay. That's it. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. Next, thank you. Thank you.
Vice President Flores, before it's 10 o'clock, I think we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, yeah. Someone from the 10:30.
Make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
What time?
10:30.
Uh, Can we extend it to 11, please? We don't have to extend till 11. Because then we have to finish by 10:30. I think we can, but can we just do it? Can you amend it to 11? We'll be done by 10:30. I just don't want us to rush.
Maybe
Make a
friendly
motion
amendments,
to extend the meeting
10:45?
amended to 10:45.
Second.
Thank you. All right.
And you said it
those
would be
in
done by
favor?
10:30.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, next line item we have, this is a discussion item, F5, childcare fees. We'll hear an update, an update will be provided on the current status of the childcare program and the increase in program fees. Presenting this line item, we have Lisa August, Associate Superintendent, Michael Reimer, Director of Extended Learning, and Gabriela Matheson, Assistant Supervisor. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our SRCS board and community. As you shared, we are here this evening to give an update on our child care program, as well as the fee increase, and to take some input from the board regarding that. And so I will actually say, yes, I'm Lisa August, Associate Superintendent Business Services. And I want to start by saying I really appreciate the collaboration between our different teams and departments. Obviously, this is not usually a set that you see up here in front of you together, but this has really been a lot of work over the last probably 9 months or so in bringing this to fruition. So I will hand it over for a moment to Dr. Reimer.
Good evening, Michael Reimer. I'm a director in educational services.
I'm Gabriela Matheson, an assistant supervisor of the childcare program.
Okay, we're going to start this evening with Gabby sharing some information about our child care program, and then we'll get into the fees.
So the childcare program provides after-school care for elementary school children. We are located in the Hidden Valley, Proctor Terrace, Cesar Chavez, Art Charter, and French American. We also have another program for infants and toddlers located in the Ridgeway, and it's free of charge for students' children. We also provide winter, spring, and summer camps, and especially during summer is very rich. We support social emotional learning and do field trips, do STEM activities, arts and crafts, and we partnership with different organizations like the Sonoma County Public Libraries, and we run like a reading program. We have 30 employees dedicated to our program, and also 4 more employees working at the district office. I'm one of them. And also I support the sites. When we're understaffed, I'm usually there, or if I had any problems, I go to assistant. It will be also a great opportunity for me to thank and recognize our staff. I mean, they're doing a great job. They love the children and they love what they do. Currently, we have 429 students enrolled in our program. And even though we had that rate increased effective on November 1st, we didn't lose any families. The family continues supporting us. So I'm very grateful for that.
So this is the story behind why, what the need was for increasing the rates. Child care is part of a continuum of services for our after school programming for students. And it began as a self-sustaining program years ago. With all of the traumatic events that Sonoma County experienced with our fires and then going into COVID, these funds, the deficit was able to be offset through one-time funds that the district received. This is another way that those one-time funds helped to continue programs that otherwise would have either been lost or have been an increase to our families over that time. You can see in 2021, because the program did not operate, but we still had an obligation to continue to pay our employees or contractors, just as with everything else. The staff in our child care program, our CSEA employees, excuse me. Also, you will see that, the costs have continued to increase. Part of that has to do with actually a good thing, which is that, for one, we've been able to provide increases to our staff in their wages over that time, but also we've been able to offer opportunities for our staff to have more than one position where they're actually able to work full-time and have benefits, which then obviously increases the costs in the child care program. So there is a reason for that increase and that deficit. It's been a number of years since the rates were increased to a point where they were self-sustaining.
Well, the fires also, like in 2017, affected our program too. I mean, and also after COVID, we became support care, supporting our district too for some children that needed to be in site. And after that, it was difficult to keep an enrollment. So finally, now we'll be able to expand with our current employees. So that was a very difficult situation for us, the fires and COVID, and the fact that's really, really bad.
Thank you. So really the reason for increasing the fees is reducing, well, we went through a couple things. We're shifting back to a self-sustaining program and service. We did look at reducing the cost of the program based on the positions that we had at the time last year when we were going into our fiscal stabilization plan. As Gabby mentioned, we're really excited that we actually increased enrollment this year. And the rate was sent out as effective for November 1st. That was a delayed implementation, as we did actually have some additional after school, some additional ELOP funds that we were able to marry with the funding in the child care to be able to lessen that cost in this current year over what it would have otherwise been. Excuse me. Would either of you like to add information on that one? No? Okay.
Okay. So what we do to the current rates, we added the tier TK.
I'm sorry, could you use the mic a little bit closer?
Oh,
I have
yeah.
a hard time
Sorry.
hearing you. Thank you.
So you see in the current rates, we added a TKK tier, kind of mimicking other models from other providers in our area, like Mark West District. And we increased around 14% in the tiers that we had at less than 12 per hour and more than 12 hours per week. In the proposal, we had a family discount 5%, but here in the feedback from the parents, we decided to increase it to 20% instead, especially with families with two or more children. I mean, it was otherwise the increase would be a lot major than before. So we tried to hear all the feedback from parents and try to help the most that we can.
Okay. And some of the rate considerations that we talked about, go ahead and let Gabby's team, along with Mary, before she left, were really this work started last spring. So they came with some proposals. We spent much of the summer going through and revising and determining what would actually work. As Gabby shared, she sent out a proposed rate increase to families. We solicited input and made a lot of changes based on that input. We've had one complaint about or pushback, somebody really frustrated since the increases, the revised increases were implemented. But I believe that we came to a resolution to solve, to assist that parent earlier today. So the intention was to be, as responsive as possible to our parents. We obviously can't meet the needs for everybody, but we really are trying to expand that. And, we're looking in over this next year to continue to work on a continuum of services between our current childcare program and our Boys and Girls Club, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. So we've tried to use a braided or blended approach as we think about a comprehensive way to address the needs of our students and parents in after-school programming. And what I mean by that is we've looked to make use of multiple funding sources and different resources accessible to the district, some internal, some in partnership with external groups as well. And, in the last 2 years, broadly speaking, if you look at the numbers in our after-school programs, simply in 2 years, we've more than doubled our capacity and numbers of students served and grown the program significantly. So we're proud to celebrate now after-school offerings at all of our elementary schools across the district, including our charters. And in rough numbers, this year, we're serving 2,100, probably 2,200 students, representing approximately 1/3 of our students in elementary schools engaged in after-school programs every day.
Okay, thank you. And we'd like to turn it back over to the board for questions, comments, direction.
Thank you. This comes back to the board for any sort of discussions. Actually, questions. This is a discussion item. Any discussion from the board or questions? Director De La Torre.
Thank you guys very much for putting this together. My main ask, especially from the perspective of a working family that had to put our children in childcare because we were both working outside the home, that cost can become extremely restrictive and prohibiting. And a lot of families have to have the discussion of, does one of us stay home or do we keep working to pay for childcare? And in today's economy, there's not a lot of discussion of who can stay home. Everybody's got to work to make ends meet. So I just want us to be very diligent about understanding these costs to make them as reasonable as possible for our community and putting an emphasis on our employees if at all possible, when possible, because to employ and retain good employees, we need to provide opportunities for them to have their children near them in the school district they're working in, go into the schools in their neighborhoods, and provide the childcare so they can go do the important work they do for us. So those are my main asks. I thank you guys for your time and your effort. I know this just didn't happen overnight, and inflation is inflation. Everything costs more, and we need to do what we can, but just keeping those things in mind to try and be as respectful as possible to our communities and to our staffs and families.
Okay, so I have Director Manieri and then Director Sheffield.
Thank you. My question is around kind of the rates and the days. My first question is around the TK and K tier. We start at 3 days a week. Does that mean that there is no option for TK or K students below 3 days a week?
So the concern is below that, the issue has to do with the staffing. And because we have to have lower ratios for TKK. And so for drop-in programs, that's where it becomes really difficult to be able to maintain the staff appropriately and predict what that looks like. So in order to maintain the staffing level that we have to allow regular drop-ins, that's where it's that balancing point. We do have some occasion when we have availability for some drop-in, some drop-in on a very limited basis on availability for the TKK.
Okay.
If,
Mhm.
may I just add, maybe it was covered in one of the slides, the ratio for TK to K is 10 to 1. In first through sixth grades, it jumps up to 20 to 1. And so it's that difference in the ratio that increases the costs for the TKK student. Serving those students right there with that different ratio, is significant.
Thank you. And then my second question, I'd like to know more where this why 12 hours? Why below 12 hours and why over 12 hours? And why we don't have more tiers besides these, just like this one below or over?
In the past, we had less than 6 hours. And what we saw is a lot of parents didn't want to deal with traffic. So that's why they have, that caution. And, but the problem that it was that until maybe the first 30 minutes, we will have, I don't know, for example, like 100 kids. And after those 30 minutes, we will have 60 kids. Well, we still need employees that will cover those 100 kids. So for example, like 5, of course. And so the cost was a lot more because you needed to keep the staff for only just 30 minutes. So it wasn't cost efficient. So that's why we cannot provide less than 12 hours because we need to be sure that, we have enough staff and is cost efficient for the program. If we want to be self-efficient.
So, yeah, so what I'm hearing is that there's this threshold, and if we're below it, then there's not really an option. I guess my question is, what is the option for, families who need that support that fall below the threshold of, less than 3 days, less than 12 hours?
But for them, unfortunately, we don't have an option right now because we need to be cost efficient. If we hire more staff, we are never going to cover the cost of our program, and this is a reality. So we need to try to find a model that will actually try to reach the demand the best that we can. But of course, we are not going to have solutions for every single parent.
And it is unfortunate that we would love to be able to have an option that would serve everyone. Our budget in this current situation, we are doing the best to balance between the two, offering as much service and coverage for our families as we can, while still making sure that we are being fiscally responsible and good fiduciaries as the board I'm assuming want us to do, of course, but also, sorry, I'm just having a hard time talking tonight. I still have one, thank you. That was part of the feedback that we did get, was making those adjustments where we could find that kind of sweet spot to be able to assist the majority of parents. With that, again, that sibling discount did go from the 5% back to the 20% rather than the 25%. And so really kind of balancing all of those things based on all of the feedback that we received. And I think it's very telling that we increased from 335 families to 335 students to 429 students, even after the fee increase. The need is definitely there. We are definitely meeting a lot of the need. We are not able to meet all of it.
I have Director Sheffield and Director De La Cruz.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, I had a couple questions, but I'm just going to narrow it down. What does the current wait list look like?
We only have, I think, like 4. And the reason is because we are in the process of hiring more staff, especially at Hidden Valley and at Proctor Terrace, and later we don't have more waiting lists. We are actually almost reaching the demand.
So in the
100%.
process of hiring more staff because we have the ability to hire more staff? Or I guess I'm trying to get to the whole like capacity part. And I know it's really complicated and the cost of staffing is really the key to all of this. And I'm certain you've run the numbers and you've tried to figure out how to make it work. If there are folks that need the services and it's just a matter of expanding the program, then in theory, that would drive the cost down, right?
To an extent, not for the very short
Yes.
time frame. So for the half hour, that wouldn't, because it's very difficult to hire staff for that very short period of time. But yes, and that is exactly what we're doing, is trying to marry the demand with the staffing that we put out there. So
that's really the key to the complexity. And that's why I wondered what the current wait list might look like. Is there more demand? It doesn't sound like there's enough demand to change the equation.
Not yet. However, that is part of what we're looking at this year. Spending this year, looking at how we marry the different programs that we have to really be more of a continuum than just different options.
And how does ELOP funding play into the program?
Thank you. So I just wanted to add a few quick points on the conversation before addressing that. So in the last 2 years, we've been able to almost eliminate our wait lists. So Gabby mentioned 4 or 5 now. 2 years ago, it was.
Yeah, I remember.
It was over 200 across our schools. So, we're trying to address that. The other thing I just wanted to mention to the group is, while the issue sometimes gets framed around, 1 hour or half an hour of extra coverage, really what we're seeing broadly across after-school programming is more integrated and more complex programs. And what I mean by that is we're trying to do more with students, and we're trying to do more around our alignment of services together with the school site. Simply, that takes more time with students as well. So we're shifting away from a model where it's one of simple convenience, can you watch my child for 30 extra minutes kind of thing. And we're working towards a model that is more, I think, aligned and coherent with the school site, and building on what's happening during the school day and mimicking or building on that in the after-school program. Anyway, and then to your question about ELOP funding, and this is the great celebration for our district and I think across California, is that those funds have really allowed us, together with other funding, to expand services. And what we've done in the last 2 years is to use our ELOP funding to provide after-school offerings free of charge to our unduplicated pupil counts. And so those, again, are English learners, students on free and reduced lunch or identified that way, and then our foster and homeless youth. Those students receive after-school programming, using the ELOP monies. The childcare offerings are a paid service, but, of course, for families, an additional offering for families who are not eligible under the rules for the ELOP monies. But what we've done is we've, again, married those two programs or teams, brought them more into alignment to make sure that we're using the monies appropriately, number one, and then also at the same time expanding access.
Sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely.
And I do want to reiterate also to tag on to what Dr. Reimer shared, is that we also did maintain the reduced or free rates in the childcare program as well by mirroring those two programs with making sure that we're covering those our unduplicated pupils as required. So it's, I know that we had some issues last year where it was if you're not paid, then you participate in this program. And that was really important that we not, segregate and
Yep,
delineate in that
No,
way.
exactly.
So again, that's part of that collaborative work and determining how we create that continuum of services so our parents don't see a difference in which program they're joining.
Thank you.
So more work coming for next year on that.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. August. You answered my last question that I was just about to get to, which is how we dealt with this issue of making sure that the kids with the red ticket don't stand on the left side or whatever, right? I was the kid with the red ticket. One of the questions that I had was, this kind of comparison with other districts, and it still looks like we're on the high side of that. And as we think about, fighting for kids, okay, fighting is too violent a word, but, competing for kids in this really tight, time, right? Childcare, especially for elementary, families is so critical. And so I'm just wondering, and this is probably a question for Dr. Morales, is there any way for us to at least become equivalent with other districts so that we don't find ourselves losing kids to neighboring districts because they have stronger childcare or cheaper childcare, or longer or whatever it is, right? Because this is, it is in some ways like we are in a competitive situation.
True, and we also have to be fiscally solvent, right? So for us, right now, we just have to have the program paid for itself. We can't keep having almost $1 million deficit in one program. So the idea is, and I believe the team spoke a little bit to it, is to get us balanced and then get us to where we're breaking even and how we can adjust the program to serve more kids and more students. I know that I'm having conversations with the Boys and Girls Club to see how we even marry more these two programs that will allow us to grow it as well. But right now, our critical component is to balance the program because it's bleeding money at this point. And so we got to stop the bleed in terms of funds, and then we can adjust, collaborate more. And I know the Boys and Girls Club are all about it. And so that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah.
We see the need, we hear the need, and we need to stabilize and then grow it again.
And I would like to share that our board policy actually states that we should be covering the cost of the program with the
yeah.
fees that we are charging. And so we are being very cognizant of what that balance is. We aren't at the high end, at the top end either. So that was something that we looked at. And again, I think it's very telling that we actually increased families even with the fee increases. So we are meeting that need to the extent that we can.
Yeah, no, I think it's an incredibly important offering
Sure.
for working families. And, I'm really grateful to see the ways in which we've increased our capacity to provide this critical service. Just responding to other comments that we got, I know in many ways our school sites are set up to have kids be in classrooms most of the day and then out for a limited time during the day. When we get into either super hot weather or super rainy weather, can you talk a little bit about, what kinds of things we need to do to increase kid safety, as well as to, increase the capacity of the teachers who are doing this incredible multi-age effort, for a number of hours after school, not just kind of bell rings, go to the next, right? It's a different system.
Thank you for the question. And we're very pleased to celebrate what happened recently on our November the 1st Professional Development Day. For the first time in a number of years, we invited all of our after-school professionals to take part in the day-long safety training together with the teachers, run by the principals at their school site to review the essential 5 practices, to get trained on that, and then to make sure that, whether you're before school, during school, or after school staff members, that we're all learning together as a team and practicing those new drills and getting the most recent training. In the afternoon on November the 1st, we had an additional training just for our district childcare teams and our Boys and Girls Club partners, where we invited them to continue the conversation. It was held at the Roseland Community Clubhouse. We were fortunate to secure some space there and had over 100 people attend, where we continued to talk about the comprehensive school safety plans from the school sites, and we reviewed them together with the after-school folks, and then provided additional strategies that were being implemented at school sites around academics. And specifically here, we looked towards aligning after-school activities with what was detailed in the site's SIPSAs. So it was kind of a blended afternoon where we thought more intentionally about, aligning things academically to help support what was going on during the regular school day.
Thank you. I just want to remind the board that we only have about 50 minutes remaining. I do have a couple of suggestions for you. Are there any sort of matching funds that we can apply for? Any sort of grants out there to defray some of the cost to ensure that we have, a balanced sort of, budget for this program? Yes, short answer, or are we looking into it?
So we
Or
do
not.
that, we do that right now with, between ACES, ELOP, and private pay. So we are currently mirroring the funds that are currently available. We are always on the lookout for more, but right now we are doing that. We are braiding through a variety of resources.
Just quickly add that we applied for 2 grants, additional grants last year. Unfortunately, we didn't get either of them.
There were state grants?
They were. And the rationale that I heard back was we didn't have a high enough percentage of free and reduced lunch students to qualify for our zone where the grants were administered.
Not in the program, but the zone in general.
We compete against the Bay Area, and some of those school
okay.
districts have very high return rates.
Okay, well, thank you. And a direction will be to keep looking, Yes, thank you. Any other discussion items? Any of this? Okay, moving on. I just want to say thank you. Next, we have item F6. This is a public hearing. I get to use this again. Right? The board will conduct this is a public hearing regarding the Santa Rosa Teachers Association contract reopener, Sunshine, for the 25 to the 27 school year. The board will conduct a legally required public hearing on the proposed Santa Rosa Teachers Association SRCS Sunshine proposal for contract reopeners for the year 2025, 2026, and 2026 to 2027. Hearing is open.
Vice President Flores, there's no public comment.
Really? Hearing closed. All right, moving on to our action item, F7. This is the acceptance proposed by the Santa Rosa Teachers Association contract reopener Sunshine Ladder for the 25 to the 27 year consecutive year proposal. Speaking of, I was like, you're not Dr. Sands. Speaking for this item, we have Sydney Smith, Director of Human Resources.
Good evening. Yes, we're all tired. It's okay. So we're asking the board to consider accepting the proposed Santa Rosa Teachers Association Sunshine proposal for the contract reopeners for 25-26 and 26-27. The district looks forward to working collaboratively with SRTA as we have in the past to continue to serve the students of Santa Rosa City Schools. The purpose of the sunshine is, is as per government code. We do a sunshining, or the SRTA does the sunshining of their initial proposal. And then we'll respond, of course, at a later time. And so our recommendation is to accept this proposed sunshine.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Yes.
I move acceptance of proposed San Rosa Teachers Association contract reopeners for 25-27.
Second.
That's a motion and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Thank you. Next, we have item F8. This is an action item, approval for additional meetings for the 2024 board meeting calendar. Speaking of this, we don't have President Medina.
So we got confirmation from both School Services Legal of California as well as our legal team that our reorganization meeting must happen after the second Friday in December. And instead of just moving a meeting to the 18th, we need to have an additional meeting because the board must approve the first interim budget report before the 15th. So we are proposing that we have a very short regular scheduled meeting on the 18th, because that's what legal suggested, that it shouldn't be a special meeting, but a regular. And it will be solely, we're going to try as much as possible, solely have it for the oath taking of the new trustees, the transition, and the organizational meeting.
Oh, that's when we say goodbye, the 18th.
We're going to keep it real short.
There you go. Okay, so that is an action item. Do we have any questions from the board?
Move to approve the additional meeting for the 2024 board meeting calendar.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. There were no consent items removed for additional comment. Moving to item H, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting
I
held
think we need
on.
to
You
approve
need to
the
approve
consent
consent
agenda.
items.
Oh my gosh.
Can I move to approve?
Yes, move to approve consent items 1 through 12.
Okay.
Moved by De La Cruz, seconded by Sheffield. Roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Moving on to H, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 23rd, 2024.
Motion to approve regular board meeting minutes held on October 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. H2, approval of the minutes of the special board meeting held on November 6th, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes of special board meeting held on November 6, 2024.
Do we have a
Second.
Second. Thank you. Sheffield and De La Torre. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Moving on to informational items, future board, additional, future discussion items. Okay, is there anything that anybody else wants to bring? No, aye. Board member request for information.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I would like to know how much of our funding is federal funding, what comes into the district, what percentage of our budget is federal funding. and any other information that we should know in preparation of, potentially making plans for a situation where the Federal Department of Education no longer exists. Anything, any kind of information that will be helpful for us to know.
Anybody else? I have an item. I like to make sure that as we pass the charter, that we have discussions on how their fair share will look like for special ed education services. Anybody else? Okay, moving on to J items. No action items here. It's just for you. Anything for the good of the board, Superintendent Morales?
Nope, we're all on track. Very good.
Okay, so meeting adjourned.